Order, please. As with the tradition on Budget Day in this House, before we begin the daily routine, with the consent of the House, we will commence with the motion for resolution number 915, respecting the estimates under the orders of the day. This means that the daily routine will be delayed until after the response to the budget speech is adjourned, and question period will begin 1 hour after the beginning of the daily routine. Is it agreed? Agreed. It is agreed. With that consent, I'll now recognize the Honourable Minister of Finance and Treasury Board.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to the notice given by me on April 25th, 2017, and the rules and forms of procedure of the House of Assembly, I have the honour, by command, to present a message from His Honour, the Lieutenant Governor of the Province of Nova Scotia, relating to the estimates and sums required for the service of the province for fiscal year ending March 31st, 2018, which is: I hereby transmit estimates of the sums required for the public service of the province for the year ending March 31st, 2018, in accordance with the Constitution Act 1867, recommend them, together with the budget address of my Minister of Finance and Treasury Board, and any resolutions or bills necessary or advisable to approve the estimates and implement the budget measures, to the House of Assembly. Signed, J.J. Grant, Lieutenant Governor. Mr. Speaker, at this time, I wish to, 1, table the message from His Honour, the Lieutenant Governor of the Province, transmitting the estimates for the consideration of this House. 2, table the estimate books. 3, table government business plan. 4, table Crown Corporation business plans. 5, table the estimate and Crown Corporation business plans resolutions. 6, deliver by budget speech. And 7, move that the estimates of sums required for the service of the province for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2018, being supplied to be granted to Her Majesty, and the Crown Corporation business plans be referred to the Committee of the Whole House on Supply.
The estimates are tabled. The Honourable Minister of Finance and Treasury Board.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to begin by acknowledging that we are in Mi'kmaq traditional territory of the Mi'kmaq people. Mr. Speaker, I'm humbled to stand in this historic chamber to table my second budget as Finance Minister. Last year, I stood in this chamber and tabled a balanced budget, one with a projected net position of $17.1 million. We stuck to our plan, and I'm pleased to say we are forecasting to close the year with a surplus. I am privileged to stand here today to table this year's budget, which is also projecting a positive net position of $25.9 million. That's back-to-back surpluses for the first time in nearly a decade. We are one of only a few provinces in Canada to be in such an enviable position. The path to restored fiscal health was not always easy, but our finances are stronger now than they were 4 years ago. We got to this point by focusing on controlling expenses and making smart investments. Along the road to fiscal health, we made key investments. We invested in our high-value apple and wine sectors, and now our agriculture exports are up. We worked with tourism operators, and we just posted the best tourism season in our province's history. We helped find new markets for their product and ensured Nova Scotia seafood was sold around the world. Our fishery exports have almost doubled in 4 years. We created a program to help recent graduates get their first job in Nova Scotia, and now youth unemployment is trending down. We pushed We pushed to increase immigration, and in 2016, our population reached an all-time high. We were able to achieve these things, Mr. Speaker, because we worked with Nova Scotians, our people, and our businesses. We invested in them and their potential. Why was the goal of continued surpluses and improved fiscal health so important? We don't have to look far to see the challenging situation some of our sister provinces face. The experience elsewhere in our federation shows how vulnerable provinces can be to outside events and the need to manage our finances wisely. When that doesn't happen, citizens may face tax hikes, service cuts, and their employees face mass layoffs and wage rollbacks. We refuse to let that happen here. We made smart, strategic investments to grow the economy while providing reasonable and fair wage increases to our employees. When we came to office, we laid out a clear, strong, and reasonable fiscal plan. We stuck to that plan and are now in a position to invest in new opportunities for growth. We are in a position to make new investments in infrastructure, provide more supports for youth and young families, invest in new ideas that will create a better economy, and make investments to create healthier and stronger communities. We've worked hard together as Nova Scotians to reach this point, and now we'll work even harder to ensure all Nova Scotians share these benefits. For decades, Nova Scotians had concerns about the safety of their 100 series highways. Past governments refused to tackle the issue. But we consulted with Nova Scotians to hear their opinions, and we worked with them to develop solutions. We listened, and now we're investing an additional $390 million to twin our highways around the province, and we will do so without the use of tolls. These investments in our highway infrastructure will make our roads safer and provide work for Nova Scotians. It will mean jobs around the province and more opportunities for people to live and work here. Over the next 7 years, we will twin 38 kilometres of Highway 104 from Sutherland's River to Antigonish, twin 22 kilometres of Highway 103 from Tantallon to Hubbards, twin 9.5 kilometres of Highway 101 from 3 Mile Plains to Falmouth, including the Windsor Causeway, and construct a twin Burnside Expressway. Much of the feedback received from Nova Scotians focused on finding ways to improve road safety sooner without relying on tolls. Government is doing just that. As part of the $390 million investment, $30 million will be put towards safety measures in untwinned areas of our 100 series highways. And as we recently announced, we will remove tolls for Nova Scotian motorists on the Cobequid Pass, and this will happen once the bonds are paid off, which is currently expected to be in 2019. A decision on commercial trucks and non-Nova Scotia residents will be made as we move closer to that date. Investing in improved roads is only part of the infrastructure investment we are making. We're also investing in more social infrastructure facilities that will support our efforts to make our communities healthier and stronger. Successive governments knew the QE2 redevelopment was necessary. They failed to plan. They failed to act. But our government is making significant progress on this very important file. The redevelopment involves projects at the Halifax Infirmary, Dartmouth General Hospital and Hants Community Hospital, and a new community outpatient centre in Bayers Lake in Halifax. All of these projects are underway, and when complete, the end result will benefit Nova Scotians province-wide. We are also investing in infrastructure so services can be in communities that need them most. We are modernizing the South Shore Regional Hospital, building 6 new dialysis units across the province, investing in new health clinics in New Waterford and Shelburne, and beginning work to replace the hospital in Pugwash. We are also ensuring that students across the province will have access to new facilities by building schools in Spryfield, Tatamagouche, Bridgetown, Bible Hill, Sheet Harbour, Eastern Passage, Dartmouth, Halifax, and Yarmouth. And it's not just new builds. There are substantial renovations taking place at schools in Sydney, Sutherland's River, River-Ebert, Bridgewater, and Wolfville. Our infrastructure investments include $5 million over 2 years to expand skilled trade centres, and this will add 7 new skilled trade centres to schools around the province. We are committing to developing a 5-year capital plan for school infrastructure as the Auditor General recommended. It will bring predictability and stability to a school-focused capital plan. Housing is another priority area for Nova Scotians. This year, $38 million will be invested across the province to increase access to and improve affordable housing. It means creating new affordable housing units, offering more in rent supplements, and investing in home repair and adaptation programs to assist low-income homeowners. New and improved healthcare facilities, schools, and affordable housing will make our communities stronger and healthier. Mr. Speaker, each budget we tabled invested more in education. We hired more teachers, capped primary to 6 class sizes, and reinstated reading recovery. There's more work to do. That's why we invested $10 million this year as part of a 2-year commitment to support the work of the Council to improve classroom conditions. Teachers make up the majority of this council, and it gives frontline teachers a chance to be part of making real and meaningful change to the classroom. We've acted quickly to accept and implement many of the recommendations received from the Council to date, and we look forward to their first full report tomorrow and are committed to keep working with teachers to create stronger classrooms across Nova Scotia. In addition to the funds for the Council's recommendations, the budget also invests $2.1 million to continue to expand the Reading Recovery Program and double the investment in coding and computer skills. In the throne speech, we said we don't want any child to go hungry. This budget invests $1.1 million to provide a healthy breakfast for every student in the province through an expansion of the school breakfast program delivered by Nourish Nova Scotia. To ensure better access to school psychologists and speech-language pathologists, we will invest $1.4 million. We will invest an additional $1.8 million to connect more children and youth with community and mental health supports, for a total investment in Schools Plus of $8.2 million. This is one more step in our plan to make Schools Plus available in every school across the province. That is on top of a recent investment with Mount St. Vincent University of more than $900,000 dedicated to addressing the current backlog of student psychological assessments. These investments are important, but we also know ensuring children are ready for school starts well before grade primary. Young Nova Scotians need better access to affordable childcare and better access to early childhood educators. We will build on the success of the Early Intensive Behavioral Intervention Program by investing an additional $800,000 to support young Nova Scotians with autism. These funds will help Autism Nova Scotia implement the Social ABCs program. This program will provide supports to children who have not yet entered the EIBI program. It will also let us partner with Autism Nova Scotia to support families through regional autism resource centres around the province. With more funding in our last budget, families were able to access more money to put towards childcare, and we will continue heavily investing in this important public service. This year, I'm very proud to announce that we will start phasing in access to fully funded pre-primary programming around the province. It begins with this budget. Over the next year, we will invest $3.7 million for 30 new pre-primary sites. This will see 4-year-old Nova Scotians getting access to play-based early learning programming delivered by our province's highly qualified early childhood educators. Our plan will expand this program province-wide within 4 years. Improving spending on child care and pre-primary programs helps all our children start on a more level playing field by ensuring they get the support they need and deserve. We already see the positive impacts of early learning programming at our current 8 early years sites. Students are more prepared entering grade primary, making for a more productive learning environment for teachers and students. When we are finished, every 4-year-old in Nova Scotia will have access to this important resource. This is not only helping our children get the start they need, but it will help make lives more affordable for young families. Providing the fully funded pre-primary program could save families with children in the program up to $10,000 per year per child. Mr. Speaker, as you can see, we are committed to taking steps that will make life more affordable for Nova Scotians. Another significant step we can take is to reduce taxes for the middle class and those who need it the most. That is exactly what this budget is doing. In 2014, we received a tax report that recommended raising the basic personal exemption. We said we could start reforming our tax system once we could afford it, and we are now at that point. We are cutting income taxes by increasing the tax-free basic personal amount by up to $3,000 for those with a taxable income under $75,000. Mr. Speaker, once this tax measure is in place, more than 500,000 Nova Scotians will save $85 million a year. What's most important is that 60,000 people will no longer pay any provincial tax at all. This is more money staying in the pockets of recent graduates, low-income and retired Nova Scotians, single parents, and working families. More, Mr. Speaker, for those who need it the most. In the last 2 years, our youth programs helped more than 4,500 young people stay and work here in Nova Scotia. In this budget, we will continue to invest so we can keep our young people here. We will continue increasing our investment in the Graduate Opportunity Program so recent graduates can find work here. This year's budget brings the total funding to $4.9 million. We will also launch a new program this year. An investment of $1.7 million will fund a new Innovate to Opportunity program for employers to hire recent master's and PhD graduates for research and innovation-focused jobs. This investment not only helps keep our youth living and working in Nova Scotia, it helps expand our knowledge economy, which will pay dividends into the future. Efforts to help recent grads find the first job will be complemented by our recently announced expansion of the Connector program, which helps recent graduates throughout the province to network with established professionals and find mentors throughout the province. Previously, it was available in HRM, but now it's expanded to the western part of the province and Cape Breton. We also want to help apprentices stay and work here. To do that, through the Nova Scotia Apprenticeship Agency, we will invest $1.3 million to eliminate the tuition apprentices pay for their technical training. We will also provide funds to expand apprenticeship opportunities for young Nova Scotians so they can pursue a career in the skilled trades here in Nova Scotia. To help apprentices and employers, we are increasing the budget for the Apprenticeship Start program by $2 million. This program provides incentives that encourage small to medium-sized enterprises to hire Nova Scotian apprentices from underrepresented groups or in rural areas. It helps people get their foot in the door and creates more opportunities for young Nova Scotians to live and work here. To help prepare students for the workforce, we will invest an additional $379,000 to create 94 additional internships through the MyTax Accelerate program. Mr. Speaker, keeping more young Nova Scotians here also means we need to take further steps to improve the affordability of post-secondary education. We will expand student assistance support with higher weekly loan allowances and, as requested by Students Nova Scotia, extend loan forgiveness to students who complete their undergraduate programs in 5 years from the current 4. That means more Nova Scotian students will be eligible to have their entire provincial student loan forgiven. To keep more young people here, we also need to help them lay down roots in Nova Scotia. Buying a first home is still too hard for many Nova Scotians. Saving up for a down payment remains one of the main hurdles for people wanting to purchase their first home. For those hoping to become homeowners but can't save for a down payment, government will be there to help them by providing an interest-free repayable loan. This will help many modest-income families achieve their dream of owning a home. When we help families, we strengthen our communities and our province. More support for young families, more support for middle-class Nova Scotians, and more jobs for recent grads. That's how we help those who need it the most. That's how we keep young Nova Scotians and young families here. When we work together to create the conditions for economic growth, individuals, entrepreneurs, and businesses can achieve greater success, starting new businesses, applying new ideas to traditional sectors, and going global with homegrown products and services. Small businesses are the backbone of our economy, and we want to help them grow and hire more people. So, we are reducing their taxes by $13.9 million by increasing the small business tax threshold to $500,000 from $350,000. This means small businesses will be able to grow and earn more income before getting placed in a higher tax bracket. It's also why we've set a bold target to reduce red tape by $25 million. This will build on the success of the Office of Regulatory Affairs and Service Effectiveness that is making government more responsive to the needs of businesses. In just 18 months, we cut red tape to help restaurants, local wineries, farmers, apprentices, and more. We also launched a new service, the first of its kind in Canada, to help businesses navigate what can be a complex regulatory environment. We have people now dedicated to answering questions and providing advice to help businesses. Improving rural internet is a priority for our government because it helps our rural businesses grow and hire more Nova Scotians. Recently, we announced 22 new community-based projects that will improve access to high-speed internet throughout rural Nova Scotia. All combined, the projects will reach up to 5,400 homes and 420 businesses. We will continue and keep building on this success by investing $14.5 million to further improve access to high-speed internet around the province. When we work together to create new ideas or find new markets, it means more jobs here in Nova Scotia. That's why we are focused on increasing our exports and increasing funding to support research. We're investing $1.3 million to help more small businesses find customers outside of Nova Scotia. This funding will create a new export accelerator program. It will double the support for Nova Scotian businesses traveling to foreign markets, and it will invest in trade programs under the Atlantic Growth Strategy. One of our biggest export success stories comes from our fisheries sector. Since 2012, our fisheries exports have nearly doubled to $1.8 billion. This budget will invest more to further develop our province's seafood markets in Asia, Europe, and the United States. It also invests $2.8 million to help develop our aquaculture sector, and that support will mean a total investment of $12.2 million by 2019-2020. Agriculture exports have also grown, in large part due to the growth and popularity of our Honeycrisp and other high-value apple varieties. We can point to many successes across this sector and know there is room to keep growing in areas like vineyards to support our award-winning Nova Scotia wines. We previously launched a $13 million 5-year vineyard and wineries investment program, and last year created the Wine Lab at Acadia University. This budget will continue to invest in this success story and create more jobs throughout rural Nova Scotia. We want to work with farmers and fishers over the coming year so that by next year we can create the Building Tomorrow Fund. It will provide funds to these key sectors to create new products and enter new markets to further drive export growth. Over the next year, we'll work with the mining industry to create a co-funded mineral resource development bank to increase prospecting and mine development, invest in mineral research, and improve cooperative education opportunities. And to provide support to the sector, we will create a rebate for the tax on fuel used by the mining and bedrock quarry industries. A successful and sustainable forestry industry is important to our success as a province. We want to work with our businesses in the forestry sector to ensure their long-term success. This will help them deal with changing markets and consumer demand, and that's why we are investing an additional $250,000 to foster forestry innovation, bringing our total investment to $1.2 million. Government will also appoint an independent expert to review our forestry practices to ensure we strike the right balance for our forests. This review will get underway as soon as possible, starting first in the Western region, and no further long-term harvesting licenses will be awarded on Crown land until the work is complete. These investments will help businesses in our traditional fisheries, forestry, mining, and agriculture sectors capitalize on new ideas and find new markets for their products. Mr. Speaker, while our fisheries and agriculture sectors sent more products abroad, our tourism sector attracted more people here. The last tourism season was the best in this province's history. We want another record-breaking tourism season this year, so we will invest $2 million to upgrade key tourism sites across the province and $500,000 to attract more tourists from China. And for the first time, we are treating our culture as the competitive advantage it is. Through the Culture Action Plan and an investment of $2.1 million this year, we will celebrate, expand, and export our cultural resources, driving growth in our communities and our people. We want to keep funding creativity, keep fueling entrepreneurs, and find new ways to create a better economy. That's why we're investing $10.7 million in the Centre for Ocean Ventures and Entrepreneurship. Or COVE, as we've come to call it. The center is focused on finding new ways to capitalize on our closeness to the ocean. It is a place where experts in ocean tech and ocean sciences can come together to find new opportunities to create jobs and businesses here in Nova Scotia. This will continue to build on and take advantage of Nova Scotia's global opportunities in the ocean sector. We recently approved funds to support innovation hubs and districts around the province. Collaborative spaces like Volta in Halifax, Navigate Startup House in Cape Breton, or CO3 in Bridgewater, and virtual incubators like the one created for social enterprises. We want them to be strong, and we want to build upon their success. Since 2013, Volta has been home to over 40 tech companies. Most are still going strong, collectively raising more than $32 million in equity financing and employing over 200 people. We recently invested $8.4 million to build upon the great work that is already underway. It will help create innovation districts in our urban centres of Halifax and Sydney and encourage innovation and entrepreneurship in rural communities. The budget also contains funds to invest in social innovation and to help social entrepreneurs across the province. By providing funds and working with the Social Enterprise Network of Nova Scotia, we will help more social enterprises start and expand so that they may be able to provide jobs and invest their profits in social improvements in their communities. With this budget, we will continue to pursue and develop new ideas for a better economy by investing $4 million to support innovative initiatives, including more support for business startups through incubators and accelerators and a new rebate program. The new innovation rebate will help businesses that invest in capital projects that support the development of products and value-added products. The rebate will be set at 15% of the project costs, must be between $3 and $15 million. New ideas come from the brightest minds, and we want to keep our best and brightest. We also want to attract the world's top researchers here to Nova Scotia. That's the goal of Research Nova Scotia, which will be put in place this year. Government is reinforcing its commitment to develop a strong research and development environment in Nova Scotia, having recently created a new $25 million Research Nova Scotia Trust. The Trust will help create a research environment that leverages federal and industry funding and partnerships and attracts and retains highly qualified talent. One of the areas Research Nova Scotia will focus on is health innovation. We are already advancing creative solutions in healthcare, like My Health Nova Scotia and a vaccination registry, but we want to support the creation of other new ideas in healthcare that will help make people healthier, reduce wait times, and create jobs. Our businesses cannot grow unless they have access to the workers that they need. This budget invests to better connect more people to the workforce. We recently provided $10 million to the Centre for Employment Innovation to design and deliver a new employment program in cooperation with Nova Scotia Works. The program will provide hiring incentives to employers, as well as training and other supports to Nova Scotians who identify as a member of an underrepresented group. It will also be available to those receiving employment support and income assistance, and we expect the program to launch this summer. We welcome diversity into our communities and our workplaces, and new immigrants need our support. This year, we will enhance settlement programming and employer liaison supports and provide funding for the new Atlantic immigration pilot. Mr. Speaker, diversity of age is also an important consideration when you look at our demographics. Older Nova Scotians have a lot to offer. That's why we launched SHIFT, our action plan for an aging population. Budget 2017-2018 supports this action. For example, this year's budget contains more than $500,000 for initiatives that will support social innovation and digital literacy and promote entrepreneurship for older Nova Scotians. To ensure communities are accessible and able to meet the needs of our population, We will increase funding to grant programs, such as the Senior Safety Grant and the Age-Friendly Community Grant, by more than $200,000. We also recognize that, as our population ages, there is a need for our communities, social programs, and workplaces to adapt. Part of that means investing so older Nova Scotians can stay in their home longer. We are increasing investments in affordable housing that will benefit older Nova Scotians, and we are increasing the budget for the seniors' property tax rebate. This government made investing in home care a priority. By increasing funding and taking a new approach, we have slashed wait lists throughout the province. This budget continues building on our success by increasing our investment in home care by $5.1 million. As part of this investment, we are expanding the Caregiver Benefit Program. This program provides eligible Nova Scotians with $4,800 per year, and we expect this investment will mean more than 2,200 people in total will now have access to this benefit. We want older Nova Scotians to thrive, stay connected, and feel empowered. We are committed to making that happen. Supporting our aging population is just one of the things we can do to build stronger communities throughout Nova Scotia. This budget invests to ensure more people across the province will have better access to primary health care, home care services, mental health services, orthopedic surgeries, and dialysis treatment. We are focused on reducing healthcare wait times. Our investment in collaborative care teams will increase by $6 million in this budget, and we will continue to increase investment in these teams for years to come. This improves access to family doctors, nurses, and other primary care providers for thousands more Nova Scotians. It builds upon the $3.6 million previously announced for additional family practice nurses and nurse practitioners that will be in place this year. We want family practice nurses and nurse practitioners to play a central role in healthcare in this province. They also make it easier to recruit and retain doctors. New doctors want to work as part of a team, and they want to work with these specialized practitioners because they tell us it improves patient outcomes. In addition to building more collaborative teams, we're spending additional money to recruit and retain more doctors. We're adding $2.4 million to create 10 new seats in the Family Medicine Residency Program and 10 spaces for a new practice-ready assessment program for doctors who are trained internationally and want to come and practice here in Nova Scotia. Because of this investment, we will have more than 50 new family doctors ready to practice in this province every year. With one province-wide health authority, we can also do more with our human resources to fill gaps in service to avoid unnecessary closures. We want to create a new, improved system that makes it easier and more attractive for doctors and nurses to fill emergency room and CEC shifts. Part of that will be to transform our existing locum program. Doctors and nurses will continue to be part of the conversation and the solutions. By increasing access to primary care and minimizing closures, we will help Nova Scotians stay healthier and feel more secure. Over our first three budgets, we increased spending for orthopedic surgeries to complete 2,000 additional surgeries. We will continue investing in this important public service, and this budget will add $3.7 million more for surgeries and better access to prehabilitation services. This investment will let us complete as many as 400 additional surgeries per year and help patients prepare for a successful operation. We are also investing to cut wait times for mental health services. This will happen because of a $3.2 million investment. It improves intake, adds supports for community-based mental health services in Cape Breton, and expands crisis services across the province. These investments fit well with the recommendations put forward by the Mental Health Innovation Advisory Panel, chaired by Dr. Stan Kutcher and Star Dobson. Over the next year, we will work with the panel to implement more innovations to improve mental wellness in Nova Scotia, including important work to develop a standard model for mental health care offered in our schools through youth health centres and Schools Plus. An expert panel chaired by Dr. Robert Strang is also working to develop an action plan to combat opioid addiction. We recently announced $1 million to improve access to safe needle exchange and naloxone to address overdoses. Over the coming months, we expect the working group to make further recommendations for a longer-term solution. Stronger communities come not only from investing in healthcare, but by helping those who need it the most. The Heating Assistance Rebate Program will be updated to ensure more Nova Scotians can access this valuable programming. By increasing the income thresholds, we will help as many as 5,100 new applicants get support with their heating bills. Because we are committed to helping those who need it most, we are increasing support for foster families. This budget contains a $1.2 million increase to help foster parents meet the day-to-day needs of children in their care. There is also a $440,000 increase to the Maintenance Enforcement Program, so more families get the money owed to them. This money will go towards hiring more permanent positions to help collect on payments that are in arrears. We are increasing the amount we spend to support Nova Scotians in long-term care facilities by $3.2 million. This will increase the food budgets and provide more recreational opportunities for residents in these facilities. And we will spend $1.8 million more this year to increase employment support services for youth at risk, helping them prepare for and connect to the workforce, giving them a much better chance of success. Over the last 2 years, the Department of Community Services has engaged in first voice consultations with over 1,800 clients, staff, and advocates on a simpler, enhanced approach to delivering income assistance. In 2019-20, Nova Scotia will introduce a transformed income assistance structure. This year, we will start the work needed to introduce a standard household rate that will substantially increase benefits for our clients in all household types and introduce a new work incentive so those who can work can keep more of the money that they earn. There's further progress we can make to reduce poverty in Nova Scotia, and we are willing to invest to do just that. This budget contains $2 million to fund a plan to address poverty in Nova Scotia. This $2 million investment is part of a 4-year, $20 million plan to fund innovative approaches, including projects with community groups to find new ideas to tackle poverty. After forming government, we created and launched the province's first sexual violence prevention strategy. And we've made investments to support the victims of sexual assault. For example, we recently hired 2 special prosecutors to handle sexual assault cases. This budget invest to continue combating sexual violence in our province with $1.1 million. We will continue to work with community groups and women's organizations throughout the province as they provide important services to support victims of sexual violence. To support women at risk, we will expand domestic violence courts. We will spend $836,000 to expand domestic violence court to the Halifax region and to make permanent the court pilot in Sydney. These programs will make our communities safer and stronger. We will also invest to make our communities more accessible and inclusive. While creating the Accessibility Act, we took new measures to ensure Nova Scotians from all parts of the province had a chance to provide input. People across the province provided constructive suggestions to improve the Act. We listened. This legislation moves us closer to the larger goal of making our province more accessible for all our citizens, and government will do its part and lead by example. New funding this year will be seen in communities across the province. We will increase Access Abilities grants by $1.8 million, and this will provide more grants for community buildings and launch a new grant program for small businesses to make their enterprises more accessible. In addition, we have undergone considerable work to improve the kinds of supports we offer people with disabilities in our communities, to help them live more independently. Now, we are investing an additional $3.9 million for more small option homes, improved access to daycares, and more independent living options. These investments will make us a leader in the country. When we become healthier, more accessible, and more inclusive, we make our communities stronger. Mr. Speaker, I stood in this chamber 1 year ago and said we wanted to work with Nova Scotians to make our province stronger. And we are stronger than we were last year. This is the first time in nearly a decade that a government will have tabled back-to-back balanced budgets in this province. We are coming off the best tourism season in our province's history. Our fisheries exports have nearly doubled in 4 years, and we are actively combating youth unemployment. There is more work to be done. We have the resources to do it because of the hard work of Nova Scotians. Our province's finances are now healthy enough to make even more investments and opportunities for the growth that will make Nova Scotia more prosperous. We will invest in infrastructure projects throughout the province to create jobs throughout the province. We're investing in education and working with teachers to improve classroom conditions for our students and our teachers. We are moving forward toward a fully funded pre-primary program for every 4-year-old child in Nova Scotia. We are cutting income taxes for the middle class and those who need it most. We are expanding youth employment programs to keep more of our sons and daughters here in Nova Scotia. We are cutting wait times for doctors and nurses, surgeries, and mental health services. We are investing to create safer, healthier, and more inclusive communities. We are able to do these things, Mr. Speaker, because Nova Scotians stood with us. They worked hard over the last 3 years to restore our province's financial health. They worked with us to build a stronger Nova Scotia. We will continue working with Nova Scotians, investing in new ideas and creating a better economy that can provide more opportunities for us all.
The honourable member for Pictou East.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pleasure to rise today and give some comments on the Budget 2017. Opportunities for Growth, it's entitled, Mr. Speaker. And when you see a budget of this magnitude, $10 billion, $10 billion in, $10 billion out, we know there's a lot of work that goes into that from the staff working in the departments. So we certainly appreciate that. But when you see $10 billion in spending, there's obviously going to be some good in there. There's going to be some bad things, some terrible decisions, and there'll be some things that are just confusing. And that's certainly the case with this budget. And as we dig through it more so over the next few days, we'll find more of those things that are a little puzzling, shall we say, Mr. Speaker. But some of the things that jumped out, there was some good things, and it turns out that many of the good things are small. They might be small and mighty, I guess, Mr. Speaker, in time we'll see. But when I see more money going for maintenance enforcement, that's something that makes me happy. I certainly get a lot of people in my constituency office that are struggling with deadbeat spouses, and maybe some money towards that may help. And more money for foster care. These are good things. Schools Plus, the personal exemption. These are good things. These are things that I am happy to see happen. But when I first got these documents this morning, Mr. Speaker, and as you may know, you go into lockup at 8:30 and they bring the stack of documents in and you start to work your way through. It was the title, the very title, that gave me a pause for thought of opportunities for growth. And I was thinking to myself and discussing with my colleague, made the comment of, been waiting 40 years for growth in this province, and now we have a budget today that says maybe there's some opportunities. So inside these documents, pages and pages of hopes and plans and guesses and estimates. And will they happen? Who knows? Who knows if they'll happen or not? But I know that the government is pushing the narrative of good fiscal management, is pushing the narrative of back-to-back balanced budgets. And what we need to do is we need to ask ourselves, is that really the case? We need to ask ourselves, is this what good fiscal management looks like? What does good fiscal management look like to this government? And if we look back at how they've performed over the past couple of years, and we'll do a bit of that this afternoon, but we need look no further than last year's budget. We were in this chamber last year, and we were advised the government was projecting a surplus of $17 million. And we now know today that they're telling us that surplus is now $40 million. And we would say, well, maybe is that a good thing? That sounds like a good thing on the surface, doesn't it? But with this government, we always need to kind of dig look a few layers down below and see what's happening. First off, we know that we've seen $130 million-ish of electioneering spending over the past 7 weeks. I guess that implies the surplus might have been that much higher. It could have been a $170 million surplus. But that was a decision they chose not to make. They spent that money and left and came to this House today and said the surplus is $40 million. Is that good? Is that good fiscal management? And my initial assessment is that no, it's not. Because when you look at what actually happened last year, you look at personal income tax revenue, down. HST revenue, down. When you see those are indicators of what's really happening in Nova Scotia. And those are not good signs. And then you can flash forward and you can look at this year where they're projecting a surplus of $25 million. And you just look beside the personal income tax revenues and you see very rosy projections. So they projected something last year. The reality was different. It was down. This year they're suggesting to this House that it's going to go up again. And it's those types of rosy projections that you need to dig down and find out what's happening, because if you just listen to the talking point, back-to-back balanced budgets, that has a meaning to people. But what you need to understand is what's really happening. But even still, with the $40 million surplus this year, we look at what happened, and many of the things have nothing to do with good fiscal management. Some of them are just how things unfold. I don't want to use the word luck, but it certainly had nothing to do with this government. If you look at a line item on the income statement called the pension valuation adjustment, Mr. Speaker, I probably could live to 100 and not know exactly what that means, but I'll tell you this, the budget for that was $66 million and the actual was 30. So that was a nice little pickup for the government. It was a nice little good guy we use in accounting terms of $36 million, right there. Same thing happened with the interest expense in this province. Lower than expected. Absolutely nothing to do with this government, lower by $11 million. Another nice little pickup. So when you start to say, is this have to do with good fiscal management? Is this good management? Not those two. And then the other thing that really strikes me is when you look at last year's budget, there's a restructuring line item. It's called restructuring costs. I referred to it as a bit of a slush fund. The folks in the accounting department say, no, it's not. It's an envelope that we can't tell you what's in it, because what the restructuring fund is, and it was budgeted for $190 million last year, and that is for things that maybe the government is planning to do with, maybe it's wage. They don't know how the wage patterns are going to settle out with their negotiations. Maybe they're planning on doing a computer upgrade. They don't know if it's going to happen. So they put these kind of contingencies into a restructuring reserve. And last year was $190 million. That's what they set aside. Now, do you know how much they actually spent of that? They spent close to $90 million. And I think we know why that fund was so underspent, because when you look at how the wage pattern was set in this province, we can talk about that a bit later on, but there wasn't too many wage patterns in this province that were negotiated. They were legislated. And there's a lot of assumptions around the wages that this province will pay. Will that pattern be accepted? Will they be challenged in court? How much are we going to pay? Millions of dollars to defend. What if we lose? There's all kinds of uncertainty around that. But with a desire to come to this House and say back-to-back balanced budgets, they, of course, needed last year's to be balanced. And if that restructuring allowance would have been a little higher, wouldn't have been balanced. If there's a consolidation adjustment there, now consolidation adjustment was $8 or $10 million. If that wasn't there, you don't have your surplus. If interest rate, you don't have your surplus. So there was a desire to come to this House and announce to Nova Scotians that it's back-to-back balanced budgets. And from an accounting perspective, they need to do a couple things to make that happen, which they did. And so, but we can have a whole nother discussion upon how they got to that and the social implications of the decisions they've made. But do they have back-to-back balanced budgets? And I mentioned the personal income tax revenue is down, HST revenue is down, but forecast to go way up next year. But think about something like the exports of this province. I think if you were watching the evening news, a consumer of news in this province, you would assume that exports in this province are just through the roof, and maybe that's because of, this government would have you believe it's because of their good fiscal management. At one time, the Minister of Fisheries almost basically came just tiny bit short of saying he caught all the lobsters that we exported. Like, it's amazing the amount of credit that this government would take for things. Now, if you look at the charts in these things, there's a number of charts in these documents. and a couple charts around exports jumped out at me. The first chart is entitled Exports Pause. Pausing doesn't imply some tremendous growth is about to hit us from their good management, as they would want you to believe. Exports are paused is that one. And the next chart calls it, he says, exports are poised for slow and stable. So what's happening with exports in this province? Particularly, yes, our seaforward exports have gone up, and that's a great thing. That's kind of the export increase from volume, from actually selling more things. That's a good increase in exports. But in the years that we had tremendous exports, it was because of the dollar. The dollar was low, and that is why the value went up so tremendously. Guess what? The dollar, the economist told me this morning, has normalized. So all of the bravado around exports and export increases is just that. It's not good planning. It's not good fiscal management. It's in many cases good luck. And this is not a province that should be governed based on good luck, because we know what happens when this government starts to believe its own spin. Look what's going on. Look what our lumber industry is facing right now. Now, I was told that the Minister of Energy was at a conference this week, I think on Monday, and he talked about no concerns with the tariffs. That's what I was told from a person who was at that conference. Hours later, the news came out. Guess what? Tremendous concern with the tariff. What does that suggest to me? Suggests to me that this government wasn't actively managing that file, wasn't actively protecting our interests, and instead relying on their cousin in Ottawa. So what we actually need if we want to grow exports in this province is we need some good leadership. So we can look at the numbers and we can say back-to-back balanced budget, and we can peel back and start to share the concern about where we're going. And we're not going on a path that good fiscal management would lead us. In most ways, this budget today is a damage control budget. There is very, very little vision in this budget. There's a lot in this budget that is damage control to try to fix the things, put Band-Aids on the mistakes they've made over the past couple of years. So we haven't seen much good fiscal management, even if at first blush we may seem it. The headline screams it, back-to-back budgets. But now we know what really is behind them. There's really two key facts that will mark this term of this government. And one fact is that this is not a government that is focused on growing the province. This is not a government that is focused on growing the revenues and getting more money to pay for the services we need. This is a government that is focused on just cutting and try to make people do with less. This is what this government has focused on. In this province, we need more people working, we need more people paying taxes, and we need to raise the standard of living. I went back because, again, if you think about the talking points you hear from this government and their communications staff, we know they have a very large communications staff. If you think about the talking points you hear, you might think, well, you know, things are okay. I went back and I looked, when this government came in, there was 491,000 people in our labor force, 491. Today, there's 486. So actually, they've managed to shrink the labor force in their tenure, despite what they would have you believe. Things are not better in this province, and this is a government that will be remembered for cutting and cutting and cutting and showing no vision, no leadership on how to grow. And then the second thing, that will be the main, I think it might have been overshadowed by what I was about to call was I originally thought would be the second thing, but that would be the main thing I will remember them for. The second thing that they'll be remembered for is the return of or at least the ramping up of old school backroom politics. And we have seen many, many election miracles over the last 6 weeks, right up to yesterday with the highway, which apparently, surprise, don't need to toll the highways. We can do it anyway. We've got an election coming, folks. So many, many election miracles from this government. Absolute return to backwoods, backwater Nova Scotia politics. And it's not what we need. This is a damage control budget. This is not a visionary budget. Now, there are many ins and outs of a budget this size, of course. But what we needed was just a little bit of vision from the leadership, and we didn't get it. Now, we know that lurking inside the details of these nicely bound documents are going to be a lot of painful things for Nova Scotia. When we get down in the details, lurking below the surface, if history is an indication, which it is with this government, there will be a lot of painful things. And you can't hide them with the Band-Aids. A balanced budget is supposed to be a good thing. A balanced budget is supposed to be a good thing, and this government has managed to tarnish the meaning of balanced budget. And the first question we have to ask about this budget going forward is it really balanced? Now, I would say there's a lot of election speculation, Mr. Speaker. I would say that the Premier is a very brave man if he does not call the election this weekend, because he will not want Nova Scotians to go line by line through this particular document. In fact, I would say he can't afford for us to go through this line by line, because the only question is what color is the lipstick that they put on this this year, because we know it's on there. What flavor is the lipstick, my colleague might say. We heard about last year's budget. I just told you that $40 million surplus that's being reported today is a little bit suspect, Mr. Speaker. So we can extrapolate that to these numbers as well. And I will be surprised if we have the opportunity to go through this budget line by line. So, because when you think about the rosy forecasts around the revenue and stuff like that, we know even in this document where the personal revenue is forecast to go up, corporate revenue is supposed to come down, and some of that will be the changing of the limit, but you can't have personal revenue go up without companies growing and creating jobs. Where are the jobs going to come from? But we know these budget documents aside, we have to take these numbers at face value. And that's difficult because of what we've seen from this government in terms of their misplaced priorities. The priorities of this government, and I'll go through a number of examples, but everyone in this House today will have their own examples, but the priorities of this government have certainly not been consistent with the people on this side of the House, nor the people of this province. There's a real disconnect between the priorities that this government has pushed forward and what actually matters to and is important to Nova Scotians. And we know that under this government, our seniors have suffered, we know that our roads have suffered, and we know that Nova Scotians have suffered. And the minister can give as many one-hour speeches as he wants and get as many rounding applauses and handshakes and stuff. He can't rewrite the record that we have seen for 3.5 years, and it is not one of a rosy picture for this province. And this is not leadership. The way they've governed is not leadership. And we can see the results today of the accounting, but we know that it's been, this province has been devoid of leadership. And what types of decisions have been made that show leadership? What are the decisions this government has made that show leadership? And we can go through the list of closures and cutbacks and stuff that they've made. But you ask yourself what their legacy will be when this is a government that closed satellite courthouses in rural areas and closed land registry offices in rural areas. This is a government that eliminated jobs in child protection and closed the Day Spring, a treatment center for at-risk children. This is a government that closed visitor information centers that are crucial to promoting local businesses. This is a government that slashed funding to a wide range of nonprofit and community groups, groups that help families cope with everything from developmental disabilities to eating disorders. Cut, cut, cut. This is a government that forced the health authority to dip into restricted funds to cover their payroll, despite the fact that the Department of Health owed them about $70 million at the time. Now just imagine, Mr. Speaker, squeezing the health authority on the fund, and then we can say, well, I wonder why we see what we see in healthcare. Well, this government is squeezing the health authority on funds that are due to them. So we know what this government is all about. Meanwhile, everybody in the Premier's inner circle, raise for you, folks. New jobs. Premier's principal secretary, $160 grand a year. I could go on with the hires in the communication staff. They're not cheap resources, but that's where we're at. We're cutting groups so we can fund this. And the Liberal platform in 2013 was Nova Scotians first. We've mentioned in this House numerous times, it was Liberals first. It was Liberals first. Now, the thing about a government budget, the government budget is really an opportunity for people to see what matters to the government. It's an opportunity to see into the soul of the government. And we are seeing into the soul of this government when we see them put $400,000 to Engage Nova Scotia, and Engage Nova Scotia works with communities around the province to help improve social and political engagement. They got $400,000, Mr. Speaker. You know who else? You know who else around the province works within their community to improve social and political engagement? Pretty much everyone. Everyone is a volunteer in this province. They didn't get $400,000, but Engage Nova Scotian did. And when Engage Nova Scotian gets it, cuts to the community organizations that are trying to help people get through life. And that's not my priorities, Mr. Speaker, but that is a view into the soul of this government, and we can see it time and time again. Engage Nova Scotia didn't need $400 grand to do what they were doing. There's already an organization, not for profit, funded through private money that does all of that and a lot more, and that's an organization called the Communities Foundation of Nova Scotia. If you don't know who they are, shame on you, look them up. We can see into the soul of this government, and we can see what matters to them. And we know the disconnect that exists. If you look at what's happened to the funding of Feed Nova Scotia, where it's reported that 30% of the people that visit Feed Nova Scotia are children. And if we look at meal programs and soup kitchens, they serve another 177,000 people. Now, you know what this is? What we heard today, Mr. Speaker, what we heard in this budget is called damage control, because for 3.5 years, these people completely neglected trying to damage control it, and a budget today is offensive to me. It's offensive to everyone. Now, ask yourself, do you believe this is good fiscal management? Do you believe we have a balanced budget? Yeah. Yeah. The most stunning example of the misplaced priorities of this government is that they cheering kids going to Feed Nova Scotia and soup kitchens and standing up today and trying to claim victory on putting a Band-Aid on it. Shame on you. Damage control. Certainly not a vision. There's no vision in this budget today. It's damage control for the pain they've caused this province. Damage control. Now, back in February 6th, I'm going to remember this day forever. I heard some of the most profound words I've ever heard, and I heard them from my colleague from Colchester, Musquodoboit Valley. And he gave a little talk, and he said, when you lose sight of what is possible, you lose your ability to compete. When you lose sight of what is possible, you lose your ability to compete. Those words are ringing in my head when I was reading this budget, which showed no vision, no clue what's possible for this province, and just folded their hands and said, we can't compete. Let's try and fix what we've done over the last 3.5 years. There are opportunities for growth, Mr. Speaker. There are opportunities for growth. We're getting a little tired of waiting for them. And there's no clue from this budget that we have an end in sight to that. So on this side of the House, we haven't lost sight of what's possible. We know what's possible, and we're willing to compete to get it instead of electioneering weeks before a budget, days before a budget, trying to change the tune on what's happened. We know, thank you. We know that people know what's possible. And it's easy for this government and the Premier. He has his own talking points. We know what he's like when he gets his talking points in his mind. The teachers heard his talking points a lot. We hear his talking points a lot. We hear his talking point that we're negative. That's his talking point. We're negative. Guess what, Mr. Speaker? Negative's their word. My word is concerned. I'm concerned about this province. I'm concerned about the decisions this government has made. Because with good reason, we should all be concerned. This government is a short-sighted government. It's an extremely short-sighted government. And if you needed an example, look at the last couple weeks. $65 million of spending in March, over $100 million now. That is not vision. The word for that, Mr. Speaker, is a reaction. It's not a plan. It's a reaction to what's happening. It's damage control. And this government can try to stamp out the worry that is engulfing Nova Scotia. But they won't do it with this type of a document today. And there's a lot of stress in this province right now. People are worried about health care. People are worried about their job. People are worried about how they're going to feed their family. They're worried about whether their government respects them. We didn't cause this worry, Mr. Speaker. We're concerned. We share their worry. We're concerned about where this province is going. And instead, this is a government, at every opportunity, whether it's through missteps or misreading or misunderstanding what's going on, just piles on the worry. And I met with a group of people a couple weeks ago, and I heard about their concerns and worries, and I was surprised. I was surprised at the things they were worried about. Mr. Speaker, 104 years ago, in 1913, in Salt Springs, Pictou County, the first branch of the Women's Institutes of Nova Scotia was organized in 1913. And since that time, the Women's Institute's goals have always been to support and improve the quality of life for Nova Scotians, primarily in rural Nova Scotia, in rural communities. If you go and talk to the Women's Institutes, Mr. Speaker, they will find it very hard to believe, they will find it very hard to accept the fact that this government told them they were going to cut their funding, then said they'll cut it in a couple of years, but that this government is even toying with the idea of playing around with the funding to the Women's Institutes that's been around for 100 years. Do you know what the funding is, Mr. Speaker? The funding that's at risk? It's less than $30,000. What short-sighted government would not understand the value that that $30,000 is generating in community support for free from these volunteers in the Women's Institutes that care about their communities? You don't have to take somebody in a rural area and say, we'll give you $400,000 to care about your community. The Women's Institute have done it for 100 years. 100 years. And they do it for 27 grand a year, and this government tells them, that's it, we're cutting you off. That's a misplaced priority, Mr. Speaker. That is not a vision. It shows me into the soul of this government. Why would this government cause so much stress for Women's Institutes? Seniors are worried, Mr. Speaker. Seniors are worried. Government, through their actions, implied that seniors have it easy. Remember what happened with the pharmacare debacle? They told seniors, you have it easy, you have to pay more. Slashing of funding to long-term care facilities throughout the province, $8.2 million. Forcing those people in long-term care facilities to eat off $5 a day, Mr. Speaker. Guess what? Help is on the way, seniors. Damage control budget. $3.2 million is in this budget for helping with the meals at long-term care facilities. This government said it's not our fault. They said, we can't direct where the money goes. We didn't know they were eating off $5 a day. We just thought we could cut and cut and cut, and there'd be no ramifications to people, I guess. Well, now in this budget, damage control, let's put a little bit of money, let's say it goes to meals. Maybe that'll fix it. Maybe people will forget. It's a damage control budget. No wonder Nova Scotians are so stressed. If you look at what's happening in healthcare, healthcare workers are stressed. Nurses are worried and stressed. Doctors are worried and stressed. Think about the amount of code censuses that happen in our healthcare facilities. But guess what? Guess what they do? Guess what they do? This government stands up today and pats themselves on the back and says Nova Scotians stood with them. No, no. Nova Scotians are standing in spite of this government. If you talk to the doctors and they talk about the code censuses and the pressure cookers in the hospital, they say it's the new normal. We only care about the patient in front of us. We do the best we can because they're trying to solve the problems. Nova Scotians are resourceful. They try to solve the problems despite a government that leaves them out hanging to dry. Nurses, doctors, healthcare workers, Nova Scotians, they feel disrespected by this government. And this government stands up today and says, thank you, Nova Scotians, for standing beside us. Mr. Speaker, I would submit to you that this government was standing on top of those Nova Scotians, not beside them. But Nova Scotians are resilient. We have an issue with primary health care in this province. We have an issue with primary health care in this province. Mr. Speaker, I received a note about a month ago from a doctor who said, did you know that the Department of Health owes us money, us being doctors, for services rendered, like home visits, nursing home visits, baby care, in general, he says, things you would want family doctors doing. Some of the services go back to 2015. And the doctor says this is usually paid out in January each year. The doctors perform the services. They're owed money under their contract. This doctor says usually paid out in January. He sent me this. He says at this time, a month ago, Department of Health has chosen not to pay us yet. Our contract year ends March 31st, meaning that if I don't get paid by March 31st, Department of Health is not living up to the terms of their contract with us. This is significant money owed to doctors. Now, we later found out $6 million owed to doctor. The doctor had a very poignant assessment of what was going on. And he said, withholding money that's due to doctors for months on end seems like a very stupid move. He said it seems very stupid to delay payment to our current family doctors at a time when recruitment of family docs is such priority. He said this isn't the health authority, it's the Department of Health. Again, we already heard about the Department of Health squeezing the health authority on its cash flow. We know the Department of Health squeezing doctors. Good fiscal management, Mr. Speaker. Good fiscal management. Very, very short-sighted government. Very, very short-sighted government. Mr. Speaker, the Department of Health. We are all familiar. Everyone in this chamber today is familiar with the issues in healthcare in this province. Whether it's waiting in an emergency room, whether it's trying to find a family doctor, whether it's waiting for surgery, whether it's trying to get tests done but not being able to get the results, because we're all familiar with the issues. Mr. Speaker, would it surprise you, because it completely floored me this morning when I went through these documents and I saw that the Department of Health underspent its health budget last year. The Department of Health underspent its health budget last year, Mr. Speaker. That is an extremely short-sighted decision. That is not something that I would put my name beside and say, congratulations, I balanced the budget. Guess what? I underspent health care. You can't balance the budget by just refusing people access to services. It's lost on this government. They don't understand that concept. And it's a shame that the Department of Health would underspend its budget. Blew me away this morning when I saw that. We had a rousing round of applause earlier in the House as the minister claimed victory on the health care file. All the wonderful things he's going to do on health care. Look over here, folks. Don't look back here at all what we've done. Look at what we're going to do. The largest round of applause was for the statement that there would be 50 new family doctors coming to Nova Scotia. 50 new family doctors. Congratulations, Minister. And guess what? Yesterday, Doctors Nova Scotia told a committee in this House we need 100 a year. We need 100 a year. We need 100 a year. Victory on getting 50. 2013, they sold us to be a doctor for every Nova Scotian. Not anywhere near. Complete disconnect. Damage control. Damage control. And if we look at what's happened in our school system, teachers are worried. Students are worried. Families are worried. I remember back in December, I think it was December, this government made a bold statement that teachers, your kids won't be safe with teachers if you send them to school. Some members of the House may remember that. They said your teachers won't keep your kids safe. We have to close the schools for the day because your kids won't be safe in school. One of the most deplorable things I've seen a government say, your kids won't be safe in school. It's exactly what they said. It's exactly what they said. Now, the Premier is very fond, one of his talking points is that he says the NDP government cut $65 million from education. And I don't dispute that the NDP made cuts to education. But what I find interesting is that the Premier made up a number of $65 million. He said it enough that it stood as a fact. It became a fact in the Premier's mind and the media's mind that there was 60. Numerous times in this House, that government was asked to support that number. They could never, ever support it. It was a made-up number. There was cuts, but it was a made-up number.
Alternative facts.
and then this government claimed victory time and time again and said, guess what? They put $65 million back into education. Mr. Speaker, also a made-up number. But the most telling thing I heard about that whole situation of who took what out and who put what back in was the Premier said, perhaps, he said, I've been investing in healthcare all along. Perhaps I missed the mark, he said. How do you spend $65 million and miss the mark? It's a reactionary government, short-sighted government, Band-Aid government. How do you spend $65 million and miss the mark? It's just remarkable. It was an incredible admission from a premier of a province. But then when it was all said and done as the education, we made our way all the way to the first labor action in the history of this province, Mr. Speaker, under this government. Another one of their milestones they left out of their budget speech today. But the very first labor action. And the Premier said, in reaching the conclusion that he reached and what to do, that he had done quite a bit of soul searching, Mr. Speaker. Quite a bit of soul searching as he prepared on which action to take. He did some soul searching. Well, oftentimes soul searching results in a better outcome. So help us if he hadn't have done that soul searching, because what he did was run our train right into the wall. And in his last move on that whole fiasco, legislated a contract. There was 3 tentative agreements, and we remember. And each as you negotiate each tentative agreement, you probably you negotiate. There's a couple more things in there. But guess what contract he legislated on the teachers, Mr. Speaker? He rolled it back to the first one in his last punitive act to the teachers of this province. That is a small-minded government. It is a government that does not have a plan for the people of this province. To roll it back in his last act on that. Well, actually, I should be fair. There was one final thumbing of the nose at the teachers of this province, and in fact, the students of this province, and that is the one-day strike saved, quote-unquote, the government over $3 million. And guess where that went, Mr. Speaker? Not into the classrooms. It went into another special kind of grant. That money could have been used for different purposes. But the Premier certainly wanted to get his point across as to who was in charge on this one. And it was a short-sighted move. It's a damage control budget. Today we heard from the minister today in his speech about twinning of the highways. Twinning of the highways. That's a good thing, Mr. Speaker. It's actually something we have said all along. You can twin those highways. You don't need to reach into the pockets and take tolls. But I found it a little entertaining that was included in today's budget speech. Because guess what? It's not part of, Mr. Speaker. It's not in this budget at all. It won't even be in the capital budget that comes in December or January. It'll be in the capital budget the year after. It's not part of this budget. It's not part of this budget. So it tells you how big of a Band-Aid they're reaching to put onto things when they're grasping for straws about things that far into the future. The decision to toll highways, the decision to twin highways without a toll was a true election week miracle. What a complete miracle, Mr. Speaker. What a complete miracle. We have been saying this can be done. We figured it out.
Order, please. Order, please. Order, please. The honourable member for Pictou East.
Mr. Speaker, we've been saying for months on end, twinned highway is a safer highway. Nova Scotians don't have to pay more for safe roads. Can get it in the budget. Guess what? We've been saying it for months and months and months. Talk to Ottawa. Get some cash. Yesterday, we hear Oh, we can talk to Ottawa and get some cash. Well, I guess we should have told them earlier. It's an election week miracle. Election week miracle. It's an election week miracle. Election week miracle. Mr. Speaker.
Order, please. Order, please. The honourable member for Pictou East.
Now, isn't it ironic, Mr. Speaker, without a March Madness spending spree, without spending all this money, around 130, probably wouldn't have even needed to go to Ottawa to get the money. We already had the money to begin with. The money existed to twin the highway, put Nova Scotians on edge, put them on edge. Yeah, put them on edge.
Order, please. Order, please. The honourable member for Pictou East.
Mr. Speaker, the government manufactured worry in the hearts of Nova Scotian. They told them, you can't have a safe road. We can't deliver a safe road in West Repay. They manufactured worry. They caused stress on Nova Scotians that went to the consultations, some of them in storms, Mr. Speaker. They went to consultations. Never was necessary. The money could have been there to twin those highways as it was. Today, on the eve of an election, we found it. Misplaced priorities, Mr. Speaker. Short-sighted decision-making. Manufactured worry. Manufactured worry. I won't even start to talk about how this chamber was managed over the past 3.5 years. More all-night sessions than the last 20 years altogether. More chaos around this legislature. More emergencies. Terrible manage of this House of Assembly. Terrible manage of the People's House. Terrible manage of the files under their control. Manufactured worry. Short-sighted decision-making. Contempt. Contempt. Contempt for ideas and suggestions from the opposition party. If you look at the bills on the order paper from this opposition and you think about the number that have been passed, I think an ordinary Nova Scotian would be embarrassed. If you think about my colleague from Pictou West bill about the Coast Guard, well thought out, well piece of legislation, where's that bill? It'll probably come back to this House. It'll probably come back to this House under a different wrapper, under a liberal wrapper. If you look at the Cayley's Law legislation, if you look at what's happening with Lyme disease in this province, this government, no action on any of that stuff. No action, because it's a short-sighted government. And if you think of just those examples, think of every member in here and every person in this chamber today will have their own examples of where this government has showed contempt for Nova Scotians and contempt for the opposition in this House. Think of those things. Think of all those things that are in your own minds right now, and look down at these budget documents that are in front of you and ask yourself, what little gems are buried in the details of this document? What little gems are waiting for Nova Scotians? Is there more money in there for the Blue Nose bill? We know how this government manages big files. Now, I don't know, Mr. Speaker, if this government I don't know if this government will be passed, Mr. Speaker. I don't know if this budget will be passed. I don't know if this budget will even be reviewed. But I would say that if it's reviewed, it will have a hard time of passing the muster. It will have a hard time because, and even if it does, Nova Scotians will realize there's no vision in these documents here. There's no vision. There are some good ideas, as I said, Mr. Speaker, couple good things, smaller things. But 4 years of history, going on 4 years of history with us, is showing us we need to look 2, 3, 4 times at something to see if it is as it seems. Because we've had lots of things come out of this government that seem like, well, maybe that's a good idea. And when you dig down, it's not well thought out. When you get into the details, it doesn't pass. The minister referred to the red tape. Red tape, he's going to save Nova Scotians $25 million on red tape this year. I sat in the Public Accounts Committee and I asked a witness, $25 million, is it a real number? Can you show me where that comes from? Can you give me some sense? And I believe that day, there was no answer, but I believe that day they claimed some kind of cabinet confidentiality on where the savings on red tape was going to come from. Now remember that this is the government that when they first came into office, the self-proclaimed most open, most transparent government in history. And we have seen the exact opposite of that from this government. We are seeing cabinet confidence used to hide partisan decisions. We've seen it on the schools. We've seen it in the red tape. We see it over and over. And Mr. Speaker, Nova Scotians don't expect a lot from their government. They really don't. But what they do expect from their government is compassion. They expect aggression on growing revenues and growing the economy. And they expect thoughtfulness. They expect, above all, thoughtfulness. And I wonder how many Nova Scotians are wandering around today saying, gee, that sure is a thoughtful government. In the face of all these things, they're looking for leadership and they're not finding it. Now, the Premier, 3.5 years into his mandate, I think it was Walt Disney that had an expression. It's a famous quote. I think it was Walt Disney. But there was an expression that said, it's not my fault, but it's my problem. It's not my fault, but it's my problem. Now, how many times, just yesterday, and we'll hear it again today in question period, 3.5 years in, we still hear this Premier blaming other people for everything. Well, that's been happening before. That's, you know, the health infrastructure's been decades. The education's been decades. Guess what, sir? Yes, it has. But congratulations, you're the Premier. Do something about it. Instead, we see pass the blame, point the finger. There's no, if it's Walt Disney, there's no Walt Disney characters in the, well, okay, yeah. I stand corrected, Mr. Speaker. The Premier could, I would be okay with the Premier pointing his finger across and saying, you did this, the Tories did that, the NDP that. But what I would like to hear one time, just one time I would like him to say, but I'm the Premier and I'm going to address it and I'm going to take responsibility for it. We don't hear that from this government. We don't hear that from this government. And many of the things in the discussion that we have that about, especially around healthcare infrastructure, healthcare delivery, education, many of those things are worse now than they ever were. They're worse now than they ever were because if you don't take responsibility, if you don't try to solve the problems, they get worse. And will the Premier and his cabinet blame other people? Things continue to get worse. The doctor shortage in this province is as bad now as it ever was, and it was described to me as almost as bad as in the early 90s. Now, Mr. Speaker, we remember who was governing in the early 90s as well, don't we? So there is not enough openness. There is not enough openness. There is not enough transparency. And there's not enough accountability. You want me to stop then? How much time do I have? Okay. So as we head into a campaign, Mr. Speaker, here, we are seeing a lot of election miracles in the last couple weeks. I don't know how many more we'll see. But let's remember that history is often an indication of the future. And let's think about some of the things that the members in this House went and stood on doorsteps and said, this is what we're going to do. They talked about fixed election dates. The Premier himself talked about it many times. I think he introduced 5 bills in the legislature calling for fixed election dates. He didn't do it. You know why? Electioneering we've seen over the last 6 weeks. Look what happened with the film industry. The film industry used to, there was an investment of this province. This province made an investment of about $25 million in the film industry before this government set it back on its heels, knocked it off stride. Guess what it's going to cost the province this year, Mr. Speaker? Over $23 million. We're back to the same cost. The industry is nowhere near it would be if they would have been left alone to grow. It's the largest, it's probably the largest oopsie we've seen from this government. That industry would be so big if not for this government's blunders. And guess what we see today? A Band-Aid in here saying we were wrong, we're going to put the budget back up and see if we can rebuild the industry that we knocked off stride. It's a shame. These people over here can heckle me all they want. The members opposite can heckle. I dare them to go and talk to the film people who are without a job, who left this province because of a poor policy decision. The people in the film industry voted for this government. The Premier said he was going to extend the credit. He didn't do that, Mr. Speaker. He didn't do that at all. Members opposite knocked on doors and said they're going to break the Nova Scotia power monopoly. Today we see a Band-Aid in this budget, a Band-Aid in this government. They're increasing the home heating rebate. You know why, Mr. Speaker? Because power rates are so high because they've done nothing to control it. It's a Band-Aid.
Order, please.
We know.
The honourable member for Pictou East.
Mr. Speaker, we know what happened with seniors' pharmacare. There's two things in this budget today that caught me. $50,000 for training for seniors for internet, and $30,000 for positive entrepreneurship for older adults. $50,000, $30,000. Isn't that wonderful? $80,000 in total. Guess what? Premier spent $135,000 to apologize to Nova Scotians for messing with them on the seniors' pharmacare. A doctor for every Nova Scotian. Mr. Speaker, I could go on and on about the things that were said. And guess what, Nova Scotians? Be on high alert. These same people are coming to a doorstep near you very soon. Remember what they said. And I'm going to leave with this little dandy here, Mr. Speaker, and I want to let this one linger for a little bit. On May 28, 2013, before the election, Mr. Speaker, at 7:49 in the morning, the now Premier tweeted, "We support the collective bargaining process and the right to strike and will continue to do so." Guess what, Mr. Speaker? They haven't negotiated a single meaningful contract. This province will pay millions in legislation to kind of clean up their mess. Complete Band-Aid. Shame, shame, shame. Back-to-back budgets, not a chance, folks. Mr. Speaker, with those few words, I move to adjourn debate for the day. Thank you.
Motion is to adjourn debate. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye. Contrary-minded, nay. Motion is carried. We'll now move on with the daily routine. Just before we do so, the Honourable Minister of Finance on an introduction.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. I just want to direct the members' attention to actually your gallery, the Speaker's Gallery. I'd like to acknowledge a former colleague of mine, a former professor of mine, perhaps the member from Pictou East, as he started his comments with some criticism of my performance, perhaps my professor of finance in my undergraduate studies, he might like to. The current dean of St. Vivek's University's Faculty of Business, Dr. Tim Hines. If you could stand up and receive the warm welcome of the House.
The Honourable Member for Sydney Whitney Pier on an introduction.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to draw the members' attention to the West Gallery. We have someone with us from Sydney today who is very well known across the island. You would have heard him on CBC Radio for many years. He's an author. He's one of our greatest ambassadors. I'd like to introduce Ian McNeil to the legislature. Thank you very much.
We'll now move on with the daily routine with presenting and reading of petitions, presenting reports of committees, tabling reports, regulations, and other papers. The Honourable Member for Antigonish.
Mr. Speaker, I beg leave to table a copy of the order in Council number 2017-140, dated April 27, 2017, with respect to additional appropriations.
The report is tabled. Statements by ministers. Government notices of motion. The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I make an introduction?
Permission granted.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, joining us in the gallery today is Janet Gallant, the Legacy of Life Program Manager from Nova Scotia Health Authority, and I would ask members of this House to join me in giving our guests a warm welcome. I'm scrambling for my maybe I'll do my other notice of motion.
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Here we go. I hereby give notice on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas licensed practical nurses are an essential part of the nursing profession of Nova Scotia, provide safe, competent, and compassionate care to a wide, diverse clientele in a variety of settings. And whereas the College of Licensed Practical Nurses maintains a commitment to excellence in regulatory leadership, and whereas the College of Licensed Practical Nurses of Nova Scotia has reached a milestone of 60 years as a regulatory body. Therefore, be it resolved that all members of the House join me in thanking all licensed practical nurses for their valuable contributions to our healthcare system in Nova Scotia, and congratulate the College of Licensed Practical Nurses of Nova Scotia on their 60th anniversary. Mr. Speaker, I request waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? It is agreed. Would all those in favour of the motion please say aye. Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. Motion is carried. The Honourable Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure Renewal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas each year thousands of hardworking volunteers participate in the Nova Scotia Adopt the Highway program by cleaning litter from hundreds of kilometres of Nova Scotia's highways. And whereas the Nova Scotia Adopt the Highway program continues to recognize the volunteer spirit of its participants who strive to keep our highways and environment clean and litter-free. And whereas May 4th, 2017 marks the 24th anniversary of the Nova Scotia Adopt the Highway program. Therefore, be it resolved that all members of the Legislature recognize May 4th, 2017 as the kickoff to Adopt the Highway program here in Nova Scotia, and drivers are to be reminded that they can do their best to support these volunteers by not littering. Mr. Speaker, I ask for waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? It is agreed. Would all those in favour of the motion please say aye. Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. Motion is carried. The Honourable Minister of Community Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas April is Sexual Assault Awareness Month, and since the province's sexual violence strategy was introduced, we've seen many initiatives emerge from communities to help people understand this very difficult subject. And whereas a complex issue like sexual violence requires a multifaceted, creative solutions for people to work together to raise awareness and support survivors, such as the online training modules, which just became live 48 hours ago and already have 167 people signed up with interest to take the modules. Whereas it takes courage to start conversations about rape culture, misogyny, missing and murdered Indigenous women, and the many issues around sexual violence that need to be dealt with in our society. Therefore, be it resolved that the members of the House of Assembly join me in encouraging Nova Scotians to take the free online training Supporting Survivors of Sexual Violence, a Nova Scotia resource accessible on the Community Services website. Mr. Speaker, I ask for waiver of notice and passage without debate. There
has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? It is agreed. Would all those in favour of the motion please say aye. Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I had a little mix-up there in the resolution, but I want to introduce in the gallery today two guests from the College of the Licensed Practical Nurses of Nova Scotia. And could they please rise as I introduce them and receive the warm welcome of the House, Albert McIntyre and Jaylene Simmons, who have waited patiently for the last hour. So by other resolution, I hereby give notice on a future day, I shall move the adoption of the following resolution, whereas nearly 500,000 Nova Scotians have signed up to be an organ and tissue donor because they know it is the most meaningful gift they can give to others after they are gone. Whereas last year, 52 Nova Scotians received an organ transplant that changed their lives. And whereas there are still 126 people on the waiting list, therefore be it resolved that all members of the House recognize National Organ Tissue Donation Awareness Week, April 23rd to 29th, and urge all Nova Scotians to talk to their families about their desire to be an organ and tissue donor. Mr. Speaker, I request waiver of notice, passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? It is agreed. Will all those in favour of the motion please say aye. Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. The Honourable Member for Lunenburg on an introduction.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to turn everyone to the gallery, and I'd like to introduce my new constituency assistant, Ruth Walwyn. She hails from Mahone Bay, and many of you will remember the Honourable Michael Baker. She happens to be his goddaughter.
We'll now move on to introduction of bills. Notices of motion. Statements by members. The Honourable Member for Cumberland South.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Roberta McMasters on 25 years of dedication to the Spring Hill Miners Museum. The Spring Hill Miners Museum is internationally known for its mining heritage, and Roberta has been an ambassador to an international audience for those 25 years. She has worked tirelessly promoting the museum's mining heritage and managing its day-to-day operations. It is an honor to congratulate Roberta on her 25 years of dedication and hard work, and to congratulate her on making the museum one of Spring Hill's big tourist attractions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Queen Shelburne.
Mr. Speaker, earlier this year we learned that Nova Scotia's seafood industry seeking a moratorium on new plants and lobster buyers' processors' license. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Fisheries and Agriculture appears to be non-committal on this industry's request. May I remind the Minister that most present lobster processors had humble beginnings with their startup just like as a wheelbarrow on the end of a wharf, or selling lobsters from the back of a half-ton truck on the Bedford Highway. Humble beginnings, Mr. Speaker, and look where these examples are today. Mr. Speaker, I cannot understand the Minister's hesitation to say no to their request of a moratorium on new license. Mr. Speaker, it may be wise for the Minister of Fisheries and Agriculture and the Nova Scotia seafood industry to recall these stories of humble beginnings and agree today's industry would not be the same if these policies were in place back in the day.
The Honourable Member for Clare Digby.
Thank you. May I make an introduction at the gallery behind me?
Permission granted.
Just bring everybody's attention in the gallery behind me, the East Gallery, who today it's a habit of my wife to attend the budget speech every year. I don't know if anybody's noticed that or not. Anyways, and she stays throughout it also. So I just even the Honourable Member for Pictou East's conversations. So I really do want to thank her, and I think that shows the perseverance of the support of a spouse that we have when that thing happens, and I'd really like to thank her. By mid-spring, most rinks in our communities are closed, and the kids' hockey equipment is safely stored until fall. In my area, this past hockey season was marked by some great hockey as well as another successful Claire Digby CTV 911 benefit hockey game fundraiser for the Claire Digby Minor Hockey Association. This association, who encourages all children to adopt an active lifestyle, fundraises so that hockey fees do not become prohibitive for parents. Since 1983, the benefit includes a hockey game where a team of local emergency service providers meet a team of CTV news personnel. Initially supposed to be a one-time benefit, it is now an expected event every March and the association's biggest fundraiser. Thankfully, CTV personnel look forward to coming down each year, and this year arrived with a check of $1,000 for the association. The rest of the $22,500 raised was through ticket sales, 50-50, and money at the door. As similar fundraisers, this benefits only possible because of the generous support of the community and its businesses. Well done. Thank you very much.
The honourable member for Argyle-Barrington.
Mr. Speaker, on April 28, 2017, the municipality of Argyle will hold its 35th annual volunteer recognition banquet to honour 21 individuals for their past and current volunteer work within the municipality. Receiving certificates are Joan D'Entremont, Pauline Bourque, Stephen Jacquard, Loretta Pache, Peyton Doucette, Simon Leblanc, Lynette Doucette, Dora Atkinson, Rita Doucette, Brianne Leblanc, Jody Spinney, Ian McIntosh, Ward Cunningham, Lorna D'Entremont, Annette Camo, Amelia White, Pamela D'Entremont, and Sharon LeBlanc. École secondaire de Parabon nominated Suzanne D'Entremont, Drumlin Heights nominated Julia Conrad, and Kirkland D'Entremont. They were all recognized for their work within their school and their community. Jill Surratt was, of course, named the Provincial Volunteer of the Year. I congratulate them and thank them for all their work and dedication to their communities. And Mr. Speaker, what you do really makes a difference to our communities.
The honourable member for Truro, Bible Hill, Millbrook, Salmon River on an introduction.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to draw everybody's attention to the West Gallery, and I would like the House to please welcome Mr. Fateh Ahmed, his daughter Omaima, and Colin Hampsey. Please give them the warm welcome of the House. Mr. Speaker, it is my great honor to congratulate and to thank documentary filmmaker and film teacher Fateh Ahmed for his courage and his ethical approach to telling a story in film, which is exemplified by his latest documentary, which recently premiered at the Emerging Lens Festival in Halifax. Called Without Consultation, it's an unflinching look at Nova Scotia's film tax credit fiasco, which I noticed was conspicuously absent in the 2017 budget, leaving our film industry left still in the lurch. His film covers the full length and breadth of this homemade disaster, from the very first budget day when it and the Nova Scotia film and creative industries was cut, to the adverse effect it had on our lovingly nurtured and once thriving film and TV industry. Mr. Ahmed's documentary is the only film of its kind that truly stands up for the industry and for the creative community, and for that, Fateh Ahmed deserves our praise and our recognition. Thank you.
The honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you. On an introduction, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, go ahead.
If we turn our eyes to the East Gallery, and I thank them so much for being patient for 2 hours, we have Robert Fougere, who is a resident of Dartmouth North and a recent 3 gold medalist in the Special Olympics in Austria. And his coach next to him, who's been a volunteer coach for 33 years, Marianne Crowley, is here as well. So, Mr. Speaker, Dartmouth North has quite a few champions, and I'm honoured to stand in my place and recognize some of them through these statements. Today, I'd like to recognize Special Olympian Robert Fougere. Robert recently returned home after participating in this year's Special Olympics, which was held in Graz, Austria. This year, with the help of his skating partner, Kaylee Stewart of Halifax, Robert has brought home 3 gold medals for Team Canada, 2 in figure skating and 1 in solo dance. I'd like to point out, Mr. Speaker, as much as we love Sidney Crosby, he's only managed 2. Robert has been involved with Special Olympics for the past 10 years and excited to be figure skating at the first World Games. Robert is proud of his skating ability, and to be named to Team Canada is a dream come true. He worked very hard with his amazing coach, Marianne Crawley, who's been a volunteer coach for 33 years to reach this achievement. Mr. Speaker, I would ask that members of this House of Assembly please join me in celebrating this victory for Team Canada, congratulate Robert Fougier on a job well done in representing our Dartmouth North community in this World Special Olympics. Hear, hear.
The honourable member for Pictou East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, a young lady from Westville is on her way to becoming a household name. Since opening 2 gigs for Brett Kissel, one in New Glasgow and the other in Port Hawkesbury, Bailey McKinnon has been thrilling crowds at numerous venues in Pictou County and beyond. Bailey was selected from many contestants vying to perform with Kissel at these concerts. Local residents are fortunate to have many opportunities to hear Bailey and may remember her for being the lead singer with Third Step. She studied piano and is now learning to play guitar and is also giving singing lessons. Music is her passion, and she certainly is a talented young lady, and I wish Bailey continued success. I was lucky to have her with me in the Westville Parade at one point, Mr. Speaker. I will be watching your progress, Bailey, and cheering you on. Thank you.
The honourable member for Chester St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This Liberal government has broken so many promises, it is hard to keep track. They promised to be fair to workers and respect the collective bargaining process. They promised to maintain the film tax credit. They promised to break Nova Scotia Power's monopoly. They promised a doctor for every Nova Scotian. Then there is the biggest broken promise of all, Mr. Speaker, and that was the Premier's promise to put Nova Scotia first. Mr. Speaker, this Liberal government needs a promise tracker, similar to those that have been created to track the promises of the Trudeau government. Mr. Trudeau's flip-flop on electoral reform was disappointing, but he has a long way to go to match the many, many broken promises of this McNeil government here in Nova Scotia.
The honourable member for Cape Breton-Richmond.
Mr. Speaker, on Friday, April 28 at Louisdale Parish Hall, 124 of Richmond County's most dedicated volunteers will be honoured at a banquet hosted by the municipality of Richmond. People from all corners of the county, of all ages, from many different organizations, will be celebrated for everything they do to improve their communities and to make life better for their neighbours. Every year this event is one of the highlights on my calendar and something I always look forward to. It's great to see some of the same faces annually, knowing they are still hard at work, but even more exciting to see new faces doing their part. So many events I go to and funding announcements I'm privileged to make were the direct result of volunteers putting so much time and effort. Mr. Speaker, join me in thanking these 124 hard-working volunteers for everything they do and all the sacrifices they make for our county.
The honourable member for Pictou West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to rise today to thank the School Options Committee, comprised of volunteers from the town of Pictou who were involved with the local school review process, the town schools. Their hard work and dedication should not go unrecognized. Pictou Academy was founded in 1816 by Dr. Thomas McCullough and is the only school in Nova Scotia, perhaps the only school in Canada, that has legislation protecting its existence within the town. Pictou Academy is not simply a school, it is an institution. Mr. Speaker, I thank the members of the School Options Committee for their commitment to the children of Pictou and for their participation in a challenging and somewhat exasperating process. Thank you.
The honourable member for Truro, Bible Hill, Millbrook, Salmon River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to do an introduction before I do my statement, please.
Permission granted.
Thank you. I'd like to draw everybody's attention to the West Gallery, where I have my constituent, Mr. John Henry, and his beautiful wife, Bent. Please give them the warm welcome of the House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. John Henry is a constituent who has a desperate need for hip surgery since the fall of 2013. In his own words, I have endured a debilitating 3-year and counting journey through the abyss that is our current health system. I used to be a healthy, outgoing, happy, high-energy guy, but the long wait and ineptitude showed by a succession of administrators have had an immeasurably negative impact on my life, physically, emotionally, and economically. I have a business with up to 20 employees that I can no longer manage properly. I need to sleep 10 to 12 hours a day as the 24/7 pain zaps my strength. My wife even had to quit her job that she loved, and our happiness as a couple has been severely tested. In the beginning, we understood and accepted that wait times are longer than they should be, but I did not expect to be misled and lied to. My doctor, my family doctor, has expressed deep concern that this situation is robbing me of my health. I know I feel closer to death than to life, and I am a very, very angry taxpayer. My goal is now to do everything possible to ensure this never happens to another Nova Scotia resident ever. Mr. Speaker, I would like to request that the Minister of Health grant Mr. Henry and his wife an...
Well past time. The honourable member for Sackville-Beaverbank.
Mr. Speaker, April marks the 60th anniversary of Daffodil Month. In the spring of 1954, Lady Eaton held what was called a daffodil tea in Toronto. The flower was said to be a symbol of hope and courage. Each table displayed a centerpiece of daffodils. At the end of the tea fundraiser, many of the women would purchase the daffodil centerpieces, and that's how the idea of selling the daffodils came about. The spring of 1957 was the first national daffodil fundraiser, and because of the funds collected by these campaigns, the cancer survivor rate increased to over 60% from 25% in the 1940s. To date, prostate, testicular, and some childhood cancers are approaching or have a survival rate of over 90%. Mr. Speaker, undoubtedly, we still have a long way to go when we think of various cancers that researchers continue to battle. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Sydney River, Myra-Lewisburg.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Dr. Rex Dunn of Sydney River, as he recently was presented with the Heart of Gold Award during the Queenie II Health Sciences Centre's Heart of Gold celebration. Dr. Dunn has been practicing medicine for more than 35 years, and he has dedicated his career to advancing vascular care and saving lives of those touched by heart health in the region. Dr. Dunn played an important role in establishing the vascular surgery program at Cape Breton Regional Hospital in Sydney, and recently participated in his 4th annual surgical mission to Guatemala. I stand here today, Mr. Speaker, to thank Rex Dunn on behalf of all the residents of Sydney River, Myra-Lewisburg, for his dedication to his patients and all that he has done for everyone over his 35 years of service. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Mr. Speaker, time is a funny thing. The fact that better days are coming is little comfort when one is suffering in the present moment. And a promise of a different approach carries less weight than evidence based on past experience. For Nova Scotians who rely on income assistance, many of whom have been consulted for more than 4 years already on the best ways to transform that system, today is the time to raise the rates. One cannot find an apartment at the shelter rate. One cannot feed or clothe oneself with a personal allowance. One cannot participate fully in our society without transportation. When one is hungry, homeless, or stressed, a budget promising that the government will start to work to increase benefits rings hollow. Thank you.
The honourable member for Cole Harbour Eastern Passage.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to tell you about Amanda Cornby Bennett, a resident of Eastern Passage. Amanda will be the only representative from Halifax area that will be participating in the Great Wall Marathon in Beijing, China on May 20th, 2017 with Team Diabetes. Amanda will run her first half marathon across the wall and climb approximately 3,000 man-made stairs to complete her event. Amanda joined Team Diabetes to run her first half marathon in honor of the people in her life. Her husband, who was diagnosed in 2014, her father, who was diagnosed in 2009, and her grandfather that has been living with diabetes for many years. On top of the challenge to train and complete the half marathon, Amanda has raised $9,000 for the Canadian Diabetes Association. Mr. Speaker, I ask that all members of this House of Assembly to congratulate Amanda on her commitment to this important cause and best wishes with her luck on her half marathon in Beijing. Thank you.
The honourable member for Inverness.
59 years, Mr. Speaker. Vi's restaurant in Waikagama served the public for 59 years. In a world where only 2 in 5 restaurants survive beyond 3 years, Vi's has stood the test of time and the test of different generations of tastes. Trucking and good food go hand in hand. And as owners of a long-standing trucking business, Viola and J.P. McGuinness saw the need for a restaurant. With a prime location on Highway 105, Vi's became a place everyone knew and everyone trusted. April 15th marked the last day for locals and travelers to enjoy a piece of modern history. Earlier this month, Vi's daughter Beatrice, her husband Robert McLeod, and their daughter Beverly were honored for their business achievement by the Waikagama Development Association. May we here in this legislature extend applause to this family for their contribution to our economy, for the employment they gave to so many, and for creating a signature place of rest and refreshment on Nova Scotia's roadways.
Thank you. Before we begin, I'd just like to remind all the members, and not the previous one, but all the previous members before that, that reading letters directly from a letter from a constituent and referring directly to the McNeil government's not proper. The honourable member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In October of 2014, I stood in my place to introduce legislation around presumptive coverage for WCB benefits for first responders who are diagnosed with PTSD. I've worked extremely hard with a number of groups and organizations over the last almost 4 years to request the government, the Premier, the ministers that are involved, to ensure that we do the right thing. 127 first responders and 54 military personnel have died by suicide since 2014. I hope that the government recognizes that the government needs to do everything they can to support our first responders, our military personnel who are diagnosed with PTSD, and bring forward legislation of presumptive coverage for WCB here in Nova Scotia. I just hope that we will see that happen here in Nova Scotia.
The honourable member for Sydney Whitney Pier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This month has been one of celebration for the parishioners of St. Marguerite Bourgeois in Sydney. The parish was one of the many community facilities that was affected by the Thanksgiving Day flood, and in the last 2 weeks they've been celebrating their reopening. The St. Marguerite Bourgeois Parish in Sydney does a number of wonderful things in the community to support those who need it the most, and just recently have sponsored and took in a Syrian family and continue to support that family in their transition into our community. So I rise in my place today to congratulate all the parishioners of St. Marguerite Bourgeois in Sydney for their perseverance in enduring the extreme damage that they had to their parish during the Thanksgiving Day flood. I congratulate them on their reopening, and I thank them for all they do in the community to support our citizens.
The honourable member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Amy Gordon of Sydney Mines. Amy was a gold and bronze medalist in the speed skating at the recent World Special Olympic Games in Austria. At the age of 46, Amy was the first Cape Breton to ever participate in these games that had over 3,000 athletes from over 110 countries. It's a true honor to have this opportunity to say thank you to Amy, as we say, Flash Gordon, for her achievements and making all Cape Bretoners so very proud. So please congratulate Amy and her Canadian teammates on a job well done.
The honourable member for Queen Shelburne.
Mr. Speaker, today as I move closer to my last comments in this House, I would like to take the opportunity to thank the voters and the residents of Queen Shelburne for their support during my time in this legislature. I would also like to thank the staff and the members of the NDP party, my CAs Linda Simmons and Courtney Winsell, and my caucus colleagues for over the past 11 years. A special thank you goes out to my family, especially my wife, Luella Jean, with whom we will be celebrating 44 years of marriage this summer, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I've often stated that politics is like a roller coaster ride. It surely has its ups and downs, its highs and its lows. Mr. Speaker, most Nova Scotians will never have the opportunity to sit in these chairs or to stand in this place, and I'm truly grateful. Mr. Speaker, in closing, I just want to say to all the MLAs in this House, thank you for the ride.
The honourable member for Bedford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish to take a moment today to congratulate Terry Choice on being named Bedford's 2017 Adult Volunteer of the Year. Terry was nominated by Bedford United Church, where she has held numerous leadership positions and coordinated projects for 11 years. Among her accomplishments with the church are leading a program that focuses on inspiration and meditational well-being for adults, providing counseling services to people in crisis, and providing love, support, and guidance to children that she's taken under her wing. Terry's other volunteer activities are many and varied. She was on the board of directors of McDonald House Association for 14 years, including 7 years as its chair. She was a member of the Board of Trustees at Atlantic View School, as well as a member of the Board of Directors at the Women's Theatre and Creativity Centre. She currently sponsors a family from Kosovo, and she's taken a keen interest in helping Syrian refugee families. I'm proud to have Terry as a member of our community. I hear from her often. She's an outstanding volunteer who is an inspiration to many. Congratulations. Thank you.
The honourable member for Kings North.
Mr. Speaker, Ernie Hovel is an exceptional volunteer in his community of Port Williams. He is active in many roles and organizations, including being a charter and life member of the Port Williamson District Lions Club, treasurer and gravelot marker at St. John's Anglican Church, parish of Cornwallis, village commissioner of Port Williams for 11 years, life member and past national director of the Canadian Association of Career Educators and Employers, as well as a member and past director of the Associated Alumni of Acadia University. Ernie was named a Melvin Jones Fellow by the Lions Club International Foundation in 2015 and received the Certificate of Democracy 250 Citizenship Certificate and Medallion in 2008 from the province of Nova Scotia. Please join me in thanking Mr. Hovel for his many years of dedicated service. Thank you.
The honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Mr. Speaker, a great number of homes in Halifax Needham were built with public, nonprofit, and cooperative efforts. Think of the Hydrostone, built by the Halifax Relief Commission. Think of all the post-war story and story-and-a-half homes. Think of the cooperatively built developments of the 1970s along Barrington and North and Agricola. Think of Northwood and Almond Place. And think of Mulgrave Park and Uniacke Square and the Seniors Manors, from Richmond and Samuel Prince to Sunrise and Ahern. Next week, Halifax will host the Canadian Housing and Renewal Association Congress, the major annual gathering of nonprofit and public agencies that work in the area of affordable housing. Few people from Halifax will attend, as the fees are too great. But this Monday at the Mi'kmaq Native Friendship Centre, I am hosting a community conversation about housing, including some speakers from the conference. I welcome any colleague from the House to join me. Housing is a human right for all that we must work together to ensure. Thank you.
The honourable member for Waverley Fall River Beaverbank.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Beaverbank Kensack Senior Association chose Sandra Bolt
to be their nominated Volunteer of the Year. Sandra has been a member of the Beaverbank Kinsack Seniors for the past 5 years. She has been Assistant Treasurer and Secretary, a Garden Club member, leads the Dining Out Group, is on the Bus Trip Committee, and a member of the Potluck Group. Sandra is also involved with the Beaverbank Community Awareness Association and helps at their Monte Carlo casino night, selling tickets. Sandra is a dedicated and committed member of the seniors group, a good listener with a sense of humor and a contagious laugh. Makes her a valued member of the group. Congratulations, Sandra, and thank you for helping our community.
The honourable member for Halifax-Chebucto.
Mr. Speaker, last week I had the great pleasure of attending the Chebucto Links annual Volunteer Appreciation Luncheon. The theme this year was Volunteers Make Canada, and we certainly know that volunteers make their communities a better place to live. Chebucto Links is a community outreach association that endeavors to enable older persons to live independently, safely, and maintain the quality of life they desire in their community. There are several ways the Chebucto Links volunteers contribute to their communities through the Lunch Bunch program, Knitting for Hope Cottage, and the IWK, through the Active Living for Seniors program, and more. I'd like to extend my sincere appreciation to all the volunteers, as well as the Chebucto Links Board of Directors for all their individual contributions to making their communities better places to live.
The honourable member for Pictou Centre.
Mr. Speaker, the efforts of one person can truly make a difference in their community. Volunteering has many positive benefits, both for the volunteer and the community. Angela Hackett has been chosen as the Francis Bud McKay Volunteer of the Year in Stellarton. Angela has offered her time and talents to the Allege program as a leader supporting breastfeeding programs. She was instrumental in assisting the establishment of a roller derby association in Pictou County, becoming the organization's first president. She's a volunteer at the G.R. Saunders Elementary School, assisting with the breakfast program, fluoride program, and helping out with class trips. I encourage all members of the legislature to join me and thank Angela Hackett for her volunteer work. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Hants East.
Michaela Julian of Sabakanagati First Nation in Hants East is a part of Canada's delegation to the United Nations 61st Congress on the Status of Women in New York. Michaela Julian and Surrenda Michael presented a workshop on March 15th on Indigenous girls' leadership. It featured the story of Nova Scotia's Peak Cap project, which is a Mi'kmaq approach to the United Nations Girls' Roundtable model. The Peak Cap project provided Michaela and Surrenda with the opportunity to find their voices, share their ideas, and embrace Mi'kmaq culture. They also created a YouTube video. Mr. Speaker, I would like to congratulate Michaela Julian for her participation in the Peak Cap project and being chosen as part of the Canada's delegation to United Nations 61st Congress on the Status of Women. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Guysborough Eastern Shore Tracadie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize a longtime resident of Sheet Harbour, Mr. Larry Horton. Larry has been an invaluable volunteer since moving to the area. He has a passion for the growing technology of Internet access, and he's been the driving force behind the establishment of the Bridge to Bridge Internet Society, which he helps provide Internet access to all area residents. Larry is also a past president of the Sheet Harbour Lions Club and currently is still involved with their many committees and events. He also volunteers with the local Ground Search and Rescue, Community Health Board, and Capital Health in Sheet Harbour. Larry is the type of person that when he sees a job that needs to be done, he rolls up his sleeves and gets it done in a quiet, unassuming manner. Mr. Speaker, in honour of National Volunteer Week, I want to thank Larry for his unrelenting dedication to his community and for continuing to make a difference each day as volunteers like himself to continue to make our communities and province so remarkable. Thank you.
The honourable member for Pictou West.
Mr. Speaker, I am honoured to rise today to congratulate Daniel Martin of Linesbrook for his double medal performance at the 2017 Special Olympics World Winter Games in Austria. Daniel is the first athlete since 1987 to represent Nova Scotia at a World Games. Daniel earned a gold medal in the 1,600-meter snowshoeing race and a silver medal in the 4x400 snowshoeing relay. He has been an athlete with Special Olympics Pictou County for 8 years, taking part in swimming and snowshoeing. However, he particularly loves the two-distance run. Mr. Speaker, I congratulate Daniel on his performance at the Special Olympic World Winter Games, and I commend him for his hard work and dedication to his training. Thank you.
The honourable member for Lunenburg.
Recently, the Lunenburg campus of the Nova Scotia Community College hosted an international culinary celebration. Those who attended were treated to international cuisine prepared and served by some extremely talented culinary students, and also included Nova Scotia craft beer, Nova Scotia distilled products, and Nova Scotia wines. Mr. Speaker, no one left hungry or dry. This well-attended event was all in support of the South Shore Health Services Foundation and was a great opportunity for the Nova Scotia Community College to showcase the skills of their culinary students. Congratulations to the organizers, the Nova Scotia Community College instructors and students for putting together such an amazing evening. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Colchester Musquodoboit Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, can mousetraps or triangular pieces of cardboard win an engineering award? An innovative team of students from the Dalhousie Agricultural Campus thought so, and it paid off. The team of second-year engineering students first won the junior design competition at the Atlantic Engineering Competition in Moncton in February by designing an amphibious vehicle that could move up a ramp. Their design was propelled by a mousetrap. Next, they won the national competition in March by designing a vehicle and track to transport a marble on Martian-like landscaping. Their track was made out of triangular pieces of cardboard. So congratulations to Alex McConney of Truro, Patrick Wells of Stewiacke, Alex Place of Harmony, and Nathaniel King of Vancouver on winning the Junior Design Challenge at the Canadian Engineering Competition. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Fairview-Clayton Park.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Centennial Arena on their 50th anniversary. Centennial is more than just an arena in our community. It's a second home to all who enter its doors, a place for all ages to gather and be welcomed. Many great hockey players have gotten their start playing for or even against the Centennial Hawks in the early days, now the Halifax Hawks. Players such as Stephen Dixon and Liam O'Brien of the Washington Capitals. The Halifax Skating Club has called Centennial its home for many years as well, and it was on our ice that Canadian figure skating champions Marie McCall-Bonus and the late Rob McCall logged many hours preparing for competition. The Sunday night free skate has been the site of many first dates, marriage proposals, and even some wedding photo shoots. Mr. Speaker, I would ask that you and all the members of this Assembly join me in recognizing Centennial Arena on their 50th anniversary and wish them continued success looking forward.
The honourable member for Argyle-Barrington.
Mr. Speaker, the chorus of doctors' voices is getting louder in Nova Scotia. What started as a few brave vocal physicians has grown into a movement, and their message is clear. The doctor shortage in Nova Scotia has been more acute in the past 2 years. It's a crisis level that has not been seen since the early 90s. There's been large public meetings in Cape Breton, in Weymouth, and Pictou. And our caucus has been laser focused on giving Nova Scotians directly impacted a voice. Here's the message they want to send. We are sick with no doctors. We are sick of the government talking points. Do something. Doctors, patients, and staff are at a breaking point. They need more than an occasional government band-aid.
The honourable member for Cole Harbour, Portland Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to acknowledge the excellent work being conducted by the Cole Harbour Rural Heritage Farm Society. This organization is dedicated to the preservation of rural heritage in our community. Its successful operation of the Cole Harbour Heritage Farm and its involvement with the preservation of the Bell Homestead and its Vista Plain are fine examples of this effort. The Cole Harbour Heritage Farm Museum is enjoyed by local residents and tourists alike, with its interactive farm experiences and programming. The upcoming Food and Farm benefit on June 11th is a great example of the community fund for this activity. The farm's garden has been chosen as one of Canada 150's garden experiences, gardens to visit for over the summer. The Society and the volunteers have been very hardworking in doing that. The Society's work in the Cole Harbour Farm Museum is interpreting the continuum in agriculture, teaching about its place in rural heritage, offering hands-on learning and helping build a prospective farm. Thank you.
The honourable member for Kings North.
Mr. Speaker, Taylor Bickerton, a grade 12 student at Northeast Kings Education Centre in Canning, was one of only 3 Nova Scotia students selected by the EF Educational Tours as a Canadian Youth Ambassador for the 100th anniversary commemorations of the Battle of Vimy Ridge. Candidates were asked to consider an issue in their community and share one idea that would help solve the issue and make a greater impact at a national and global level. Taylor's essay was about creating a sexual assault and violence awareness week at her school. Taylor and 29 other EF Canadian Youth Ambassadors will travel to Ottawa in May, meet with MPs, senators, and community leaders to help make their ideas a reality. Mr. Speaker, I congratulate Ms. Bickerton on receiving this once-in-a-lifetime experience and encourage her in all her future endeavours.
The honourable member for Lunenburg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to wish Tina Henniker of Mahone Bay well on her cross-Canada mission to build the population of Lunenburg County. In order to promote the opportunities and lifestyle of Lunenburg County, Tina came up with the idea to cross the country in a 1976 bowler trailer plastered with images of Lunenburg County. Sharing both employment opportunities and real estate information, Henniker hopes to bring 150 families to the area. Her plans include partaking in festivals in rural communities and urban centres on her month-long adventure during the celebration of Canada's 150th birthday. Exposing the beauty of our county to those who are not familiar with both the opportunities and the beauty of our surroundings, it is a way to build our population and strengthen our economy. Mr. Speaker, I would ask that you and all members of this House of Assembly please join me in wishing Tina success in her cross-country travels. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to thank the family of Dr. Robert McNeil for their generous contribution to the Northside Community Guest Home that created a memorial library. And as a nurse at the guest home, and his wife, and was the wife of Dr. McNeil. He was the first house doctor of the community guest home 40 years ago. Dr. Robert was an avid reader, and it's so fitting that a memorial has his name, Pactus Opium, which is Latin for peace and quiet. Dr. McNeil was also a Latin scholar. It's a true honor to have this opportunity to thank the McNeil family for their contribution that will enrich the lives of so many.
The honourable member for Hammonds Plain, Lucasville.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to recognize Hammonds Plains native Vernon Canuck on accomplishing his dream of becoming a restaurateur as Vernon's Thunderbird Diner nears completion. Vernon's love of antique cars is an inspiration to the name and design of the diner. On the roof is a replica of a 1955 Thunderbird. The diner is described as an old-school dining experience in a new-school diner. He loves antique Fords and hosts a car show every year in our area. He encourages owners of antique cars to drive out and enjoy the diner once it's open. Excitement for the opening is growing in the community, and the Thunderbird on the roof adds to the anticipation as commuters drive daily to check for progress. Vernon's Thunderbird Diner is sure to be a gathering place for families and residents of Hammonds Plains, Lucasville, and beyond. I would also like to recognize Randy Jones for his efforts in support of this project. I would ask all members of the House of Assembly to join me in congratulating Vernon and our community, and look forward with us to the opening of Vernon's Thunderbird Diner. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Bedford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to congratulate Skylar Boylan on being named Bedford's 2017 Youth Volunteer of the Year. Skylar is described as a warm, outgoing, and highly committed young woman who makes a difference both in her church and in the world. Skylar was nominated by Bedford United Church, where she's been volunteering for 10 years. She's taken a leadership role in the worship life of the church, serving as presider during a Christmas Eve service, which entailed reading poetry and scripture. She's also an active member and participant of the Teens United group, and she's a ferocious fundraiser. She sold me tickets on Sunday to an event I'm not even sure I can even go to. Skylar also has offered up her time to Big Brothers Big Sisters Bowl for Kids' Sake. She was a member of the We Day committee at both Basin View Drive Community School and Rocky Lake Junior High, and among her biggest accomplishments was selling chocolates and raising funds for Treasures of Youth, an organization that ensures cultural skills based on Gaelic arts and traditions continue to flourish with the young people of Nova Scotia. At Sunday's award ceremony, Skylar said that being involved with the Make-A-Wish organization and being on hand when a child learns their wish will be granted is an incredible experience and a rare gift. I want to congratulate Skylar Boylan. Thank you.
The honourable member for Victoria the Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Karen Young of Bullenderry, who recently completed the grueling task of climbing the world's highest freestanding mountain and Africa's highest point as she reached the summit of Mount Kilimanjaro. Ms. Young, who is a Tim Hortons franchisee, decided to go do the climb in February as part of a charity challenge. Her and her group raised more than $627,000 for the Tim Hortons Children Foundation. The trek up the mountain took 6 days and requires climbers to go through 5 time zones going up and down the 19,341-foot mountain. At times, the temperature dropped to -20. Mr. Speaker, I wish to congratulate Ms. Young on her amazing accomplishment and wish her continued success in the future. Thank you.
The honourable member for King South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the tremendous talents of Colebrook soccer player Noah Skierman. Noah is only 15 years old, but his list of accomplishments in his sport is already very impressive. He has been selected to participate in the Vancouver Whitecaps Academy program, has played for the Nova Scotia provincial team, and has participated in Montreal Impact Showcase events. The young midfielder and striker attended the U15 Canada National Team ID Camp in Montreal in March and was scheduled to attend the Vancouver Whitecaps Showcase in April. Despite his rigorous training schedule, Noah manages to excel academically at Central Kings Rural High School. On behalf of the Nova Scotia House of Assembly, I congratulate Noah on his achievements in his chosen sport of soccer, and I wish him the very best in all his future endeavours, both on and off the pitch. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Yarmouth.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The province recently presented its annual volunteer awards, and Norman Amiro was named the 2017 Volunteer of the Year for the municipality of Yarmouth. Norman Amiro has been an active volunteer with the Yarmouth Fire Department for 50 years and has been a member of the St. Ambrose Cathedral Choir for nearly as long. He has helped with the local Meals on Wheels program for 13 years, and in the winter he is known to plow many of his neighbors' driveways. I'd like to recognize Norman Amiro for decades of volunteering. We are all truly blessed to have people like him who so generously and happily help out their community and neighbors. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Sackville-Beaverbank.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to acknowledge and congratulate Elliot Wayne Seward on his accomplishment in the IBM Master the Mainframe contest. Mr. Seward scored in the top 1% in North America. Over 4,000 people competed from 400 schools from across Canada and the United States. Mr. Seward is a programming student at Nova Scotia Community College and has been invited to do his summer work placement at IBM. There were 2 other ranking students from NSCC, and I think this speaks well to the level of technical talent in this province, as well as the technical educational standards that exist in Nova Scotia. My best wishes, Elliot, for your continued success. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Cole Harbour Eastern Passage.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, with this week being National Volunteer Week, I would like to take a minute to recognize all our great volunteers in Nova Scotia. Volunteers give selflessly of their time and talent to nonprofits, schools, clubs, churches, and many organizations to enrich our communities. Volunteers provide valuable services that truly make a difference. Nova Scotia communities benefit from the efforts of 5,820 voluntary sector organizations. 453,000 volunteers work the equivalent of $1.8 billion worth of services each year. Mr. Speaker, I ask that all members of this House of Assembly to join me in thanking the many volunteers for giving of themselves to make our province a better place to live. Thank you.
The honourable member for Victoria the Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Chris White of Bredor, who recently won the men's heavyweight competition at the Nova Scotia Amateur Bodybuilding Association Provincial Championship on April the 8th. Mr. White has been a gym regular for 15 years, but only started to get into competitive side of bodybuilding in January 2014. His dedication sees him spending up to 7 hours in the gym a day in preparation for the provincial championship. Mr. White credits the discipline he has shown to the 11 years he spent in the Navy. Mr. White, Mr. Speaker, I wish to congratulate Mr. White on his tremendous accomplishment and wish him continued success and the best of luck in the future. Thank you.
The honourable member for Lunenburg West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in an age where we must all do what we can to help reduce the waste making its way to our landfills, any ideas to help reduce waste must be given favourable consideration. Dittmer Tolan and Scott Baxter from Newcomville, Lunenburg County, have created a company called BDT Polystyrene Recycling Inc., which recycles styrofoam. Their company and vision recently won them funding through the Clean Tech Accelerate program, which will help Dittmer and Scott further develop their innovative business. I'd like to take this opportunity to congratulate Dittmer and Scott for their success thus far and wish them much success in the future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Halifax Armdale.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to pay tribute to the patriotism of a constituent of Halifax Armdale, Mr. Peter Bayliss. As many may already know, in this 150th year of Confederation, Peter is on a mission. Peter's personal tribute to Canada is to put his powerful pipes to the test by singing our national anthem 150 times at different events and occasions. As those who've heard Peter sing the anthem at Halifax Mooseheads games can attest, he puts all of his heart and soul into it. He performed at one of the citizenship ceremonies I've attended as minister, and I can tell you just how much more special that moment was for the new citizens joining our Canadian family. Since announcing his intentions, community groups of all types have stepped up to invite Peter to their events. I was fortunate to help Peter mark anthem number 77 at one of my campaign volunteer sessions, and it was quite a moment. I ask all members of the House of Assembly to join me in applauding Peter's exceptional national pride and cheer him on as he approaches 150 anthems. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those thoughtful member statements. I guess the House will recess for a couple of minutes. We'll be back. Order, please. We'll now move on with oral questions put by members to ministers. The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, the Premier said that there is no crisis in health care. Well, we thought he just misspoke, Mr. Speaker, but with today's budget, it appears that he really believes that. The health budget is flatlined, going up less than 1%. So I'd like to ask the Premier why he continues to squeeze the health budget when the health care needs of Nova Scotians are so great.
The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, I want to thank all Nova Scotians who continue to work hard with our government to bring us back to a position where we can continue to make investments. As the Honourable Member would know, we've invested $3.5 million to hire 22 nurse practitioners, family practice nurses. In this budget, you'll see there's been an announcement of 10 residencies for doctors who are trained in Canada, another 10 that will be put in place for foreign trained doctors to be able to make sure that we can provide those healthcare teams across our province to continue to provide primary health care to the citizens of this province. There was investment in orthopedic wait times to continue to make sure that those who require that surgery are getting in a timely fashion, and I'm encouraged as we work as this province holistically as one health authority that we begin to use capacity inside of the healthcare system across the province with those 800 surgeries that will move into Windsor area, and the fact that Nova Scotians, regardless of where they live, are finding access for that surgical services in communities as quickly as possible.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday, Doctors Nova Scotia reported that we need 100 new doctors each and every year just to keep the status quo, Mr. Speaker, but in his budget today, the Premier offers only 20. Mr. Speaker, that is not a plan to make sure Nova Scotians get the health care they need. That is nothing but damage control, Mr. Speaker. When people want a vision for better health care, they get 1/5 of the need just to make things the same next year as they are today, and we know there's already 100,000 Nova Scotians without a doctor, and that problem apparently is only going to get worse under this government, Mr. Speaker. So I will ask the Premier, why is he allowing the doctor crisis to get worse?
Honourable Premier.
Actually, Mr. Speaker, what Doctors Nova Scotia said yesterday that we require about 50 primary care doctors and about 50 specialists in the process across the province, Mr. Speaker. Actually, Mr. Speaker, what they actually said was there would be 50 primary care, 50 surgical required specialist surgeries, Mr. Speaker. If you look since July of last year, we had 170, Mr. Speaker, 70 primary health care doctors, about 100 specialists who've come into the province. But I want to assure the honourable member that the 20 seats that were announced in this budget are on top of, Mr. Speaker, the seats that are already made available, which means the Nova Scotians will have access to more than 50 primary health care physicians every year in our province.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, there is 118 doctor vacancies on the Health Authority website right now, and the Premier is offering 20. We're going to be falling further and further behind, Mr. Speaker, because this government has no vision for better health care. And that's ironic because that's the same Premier who promised a doctor for every Nova Scotian. Well, we already knew that promise was thrown in the trash can a long time ago. Now it's officially broken, not just for one more year, but forever under the life of this government, Mr. Speaker, because they've given up on trying to make sure Nova Scotians get the doctors that they need. So I would like to ask the Premier, why is he abandoning now the 100,000 Nova Scotians who need a doctor today?
The Honourable Premier.
Again, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the honourable for the question. Again, I want to remind him what Doctors Nova Scotia said yesterday, Mr. Speaker, that we require 50 primary care doctors in the province. There will be another 50 for specialty services. Very proud of the fact that we've been able to hire 170 positions, Mr. Speaker. About 71 of those are primary health care. The remainder are specialty care. But the fact of the matter is we know, and there are communities across this province that require more health care providing teams. It's why, on top of the residency seats that already exist in our province, we're adding another 20, which will take us over the 50 complement the Doctors Nova Scotia were talking about yesterday. We're excited about that fact. We're really, Mr. Speaker, encouraged by the fact that when you look at the international students, that's an avenue path back home to our province for our sons and daughters who are being medically trained elsewhere. That's a positive sign, Mr. Speaker. We're looking forward to continuing to work with them to build those collaborative teams. What they also said, Mr. Speaker, we've heard loud and clear from doctors across the province who are currently practicing. They want to be part of a team. They want a nurse practitioner, family practice nurse, some cases. They want a social worker to be part of that team so they can look at determine themselves. And, Mr. Speaker, we're continuing to deal with the issues that face Nova Scotia, and we're continuing to work with them in a positive way.
The Honourable Leader in the House of the New Democratic Party.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my question is for the Premier also. Mr. Speaker, it is no secret this government is balancing its books in part by starving our hospitals. In today's budget, we learned that the Liberal government underspent the hospital infrastructure budget by more than 50%. Again, last year, Mr. Speaker, in the last 3 years, this government has underspent the hospital infrastructure by $82 million. I repeat, $82 million, Mr. Speaker. So I asked the Premier, why has this government ignored the hospital infrastructure needs of this province for 3.5 years and put the health and the safety of our patients and workers at risk?
The Honourable Premier.
I want to thank the Honourable for the question, Mr. Speaker. Very proud of the investments we're making in healthcare infrastructure across the province, the investments we're making in New Waterford, the investments we're making in Pugwash, the investments we made in Shelburne, Mr. Speaker. All of those are being made, Mr. Speaker, with plans, foundation around them. One of the challenges that we were faced when we came into government, the former government made a number of promises to communities with no plans, no vision about how they're going to even build the infrastructure. We had to go out to work with those communities to put in place, and we're continuing to work with those communities. And Mr. Speaker, I was so pleased to be in Shelburne. I was so pleased to be in Shelburne on the weekend. I was so pleased to be in Shelburne on the weekend, Mr. Speaker, when I heard the municipal leaders in that community toting the praises of this government, because they said finally a government has listened to Mr. Speaker and put their money where their mouth was and invested in the community.
The Honourable Leader in the House for the New Democratic Party.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This Premier simply just not get it. Mr. Speaker, the Auditor General has identified $85 million funding gap in the hospital infrastructure needs in this province. The needs is there, Mr. Speaker, yet Mr. Speaker, for 3.5 years, the Premier has told Nova Scotians there is no money. The cupboard is bare. But in fact, the money has been there all along. But instead of addressing the needs, the Liberal government has been putting the health and safety of patients and workers at risk so it can stand here today and beat its chest on the eve of election. So I asked the Premier to explain to the patients and workers why this government has underspent the hospital infrastructure budget by $82 million in the last 3 years.
Yep. The Honourable Premier.
Speaker, again, I want to thank the Honourable for the question. I want to remind him every budget that we've introduced in this House, Mr. Speaker, we've continued to invest in healthcare infrastructure. I'm very proud of what's taken place. Mr. Speaker, I'm very proud of the work that's taking place. Mr. Speaker, in Dartmouth, we're continuing 3rd and 4th floors, the 5th floor. Looking forward to the operating theatres are going in. I'm very proud of the investment we're making in West Hants Hospital, Mr. Speaker, to open up that second OR. Very proud of the announcement that our government has made on the South Shore when it took investment to regional. Very proud of the work we're talking about, a healthcare clinic in New Waterford and in Pugwash, Mr. Speaker. Very proud of the fact that we made a commitment in the honourable member's riding of Shelburne, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, let me reassure the honourable member, it won't be like when he was in government when they actually went out and made announcements and no plans and no money to back it up, Mr. Speaker. We made a commitment to those communities. And Mr. Speaker, we've been able to do that, Mr. Speaker, because we struck a balance. Mr. Speaker. We paid what we believe is a fair wage increase to the entire public sector, at the same time creating job opportunities for other Nova Scotians.
The Honourable Leader in the House for the New Democratic Party.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm certainly looking forward to the next 40 hours of deliberation on the healthcare budget. Mr. Speaker, the Liberal government has not opened a single CEC zero, Mr. Speaker. Meanwhile, ERs are closing and are at an all-time high, Mr. Speaker. Some hospital has been resorted to hallway medicine because of overcrowded ERs. Mr. Speaker, we have, I repeat, we have a crisis in healthcare system. This Liberal government does not seem to care as long as it can save some money along the way, Mr. Speaker. Will the Premier admit today that he has put his obsession with balancing the budget ahead of the health and safety of patients and healthcare workers in our hospitals?
The Honourable Premier.
And Mr. Speaker, again, thank the Honourable for the question. Mr. Speaker, I completely disagree with the preamble, Mr. Speaker. The question is insulting to all healthcare workers across this province who are working each and every day to ensure that when a Nova Scotian arrives at the healthcare communities in our province, they continue to provide them the top quality
Order,
care.
Please. Order, please. Honourable Premier.
Speaker, they provide them with the top quality health care that these health care workers are known for, and we're going to continue to work with our partners across the province to continue to make sure that the infrastructure that was neglected by the NDP when they were in government, Mr. Speaker, gets improved, Mr. Speaker, in every community across this province. We're proud of the fact that we continue to work with our partners, and we're going to continue to do so, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, over the last 3 years, this Premier cut nursing home budgets to the point where our seniors were eating on less than $5 a day for 3 meals. Mr. Speaker, today the Premier is reinstating half of that cut, Mr. Speaker. That's not a plan to actually provide dignity to our seniors who live in nursing homes. That's damage control, Mr. Speaker. It's an admission of failure to look after our seniors in our nursing homes. I'd like to ask the Premier, will he now admit that his cuts to the nursing home budgets were cruel and in fact wrong?
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Member for the question. We last year reduced by 1% the administration cost health care budgets. We've seen, Mr. Speaker, that in some facilities they chose to do it another way. The Honourable Member reads that budget, he'll understand that the funding that is going into long-term care facilities are being targeted directly to the needs of seniors, Mr. Speaker, exactly where they told us they wanted them to go, towards ensuring that the food budgets are where they should be and an investment directly back into recreational facilities, opportunities in that community, Mr. Speaker. This is targeted funding, and it will make a difference in the lives of those people living in those facilities.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, every nursing home operator in this province will tell you that the Premier's cuts over the last 3 years got to the point where they were forced to cut the food budget. They didn't want to. Of course, people that look after our parents and grandparents didn't want to go there. They were forced to go there by this government to the point where 3 meals had to be provided on less than $5 a day. Today, the Premier is putting back half of that cut, Mr. Speaker. I thought that he might stand in his place today and say, you know what, we went too far, that was a mistake, and put that money back in, which would have been the right thing to do, Mr. Speaker, but he didn't do that. In light of all that, Mr. Speaker, knowing that that is the case, that seniors are being forced to eat on so little, if the Premier really cared, why didn't he reinstate the whole cut instead of just half?
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, again, I want to thank the Honourable Member for the questions. I said in my first answer, Mr. Speaker, this funding is targeted funding, Mr. Speaker. It will be spent directly on the food budgets, special need diets of seniors in those facilities, Mr. Speaker, as well as the funding that will be directly targeted towards recreational opportunities in those facilities for those patients, the very things that we were told that were there, Mr. Speaker. We believed there was room of a 1% reduction in administration in long-term care facilities across the province. They chose to cut elsewhere, Mr. Speaker. This funding is targeted, and it will go directly towards seniors, Mr. Speaker. No options, no choice, directly towards seniors.
The Honourable House Leader for the New Democratic Party.
Mr. Speaker, $8 million over the last 2 years this government cut from long-term care facilities, Mr. Speaker. And at the time, the Premier said that these cuts had no impact on the quality of life of some of our most vulnerable seniors, Mr. Speaker. Now, on the eve of an election, the government is telling us that they're giving half that money back to improve food budgets and recreational programs in long-term care. So, let's give the opportunity to the Premier to apologize to Nova Scotians and admit that they went too far with cutting $8 million from nursing homes across this province.
Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the Honourable Member for the question. As he would know, I've had the good fortune of traveling this province, been in many nursing homes, seeing many residents, people that work in those facilities. I want to congratulate and thank all of those who are working there. I want to reassure the Honourable Member that those residents are getting top quality care, Mr. Speaker, that we've become known for in many of these facilities. I also want to reassure the Honourable Member that the investments that we're making in this budget are targeted directly towards the food budget and recreational programs, directly to programs and for seniors themselves. I want to reassure the Honourable Member that we made sure in this budget that would not go in administration.
The Honourable House Leader for the New Democratic Party.
Mr. Speaker, top quality care, I can agree with. Top quality governing, I can't agree with, Mr. Speaker. They forced nursing homes all across this province to make difficult decisions. And now we see the government giving back half the money that they took from these long-term care facilities. Many of them, if not all of them, not-for-profit organizations, Mr. Speaker, running on a shoestring budget. They care about the patients and the residents that they provide care for, Mr. Speaker. Will the Premier refuse? Why does the Premier refuse to invest in long-term care, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that our seniors and those vulnerable Nova Scotians who live in long-term care facilities get the care they need and deserve, Mr. Speaker?
The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to encourage the honourable member to read the budget. We've invested in long-term care, Mr. Speaker, facilities across the province with targeted funding. Again, this is the third or fourth budget that we've invested in home care, Mr. Speaker. We continue to make sure that seniors who require support and want to stay at home as long as possible, we're making those investments. The honourable member should also know this budget today, with one of the largest tax cuts in the history of our province, will impact those seniors in a positive way that he's referring to, Mr. Speaker. We're going to continue, Mr. Speaker, to work with seniors across the province to make the contribution that they've always made, Mr. Speaker, to continue to build this province, to continue to look forward. One of the things, Mr. Speaker, that's become very evident in this province, Mr. Speaker, that the negativity on that side of the House is not garnering support in the province of Nova Scotia.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, Nova Scotia seniors remember full well when the Premier tried to jack up their pharmacare premiums, in many cases by 200%. Today, the Premier is telling them, and I quote from the budget, that he wants to spend $7.9 million to, quote, meet the needs of seniors enrolled in the pharmacare program. Well, Mr. Speaker, that is just more damage control, trying to fix up mistakes of the past, Mr. Speaker. That's not a plan to look after our seniors. So I'd like to ask the Premier, can he tell the House what extra benefits are seniors in pharmacare going to get from this $7.9 million?
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, the honourable member would know when we went through the pharmacare issue a year ago, Mr. Speaker, we were making sure that fewer Nova Scotians would be paying no premium. That was a positive thing. We also realized, Mr. Speaker, that we were solving one problem for one group of seniors, creating another. Mr. Speaker, I said at that time, it was an unintended consequences. We made that change. There had been no change for those seniors. What we're seeing now, there are many, many more Nova Scotians that will not be forced to pay a premium. The honourable member would also know that we're looking across the region of Atlantic Canada to build a potentially pharmacare system, with our hope that'll be the impetus to build a national pharmacare program. Continue to work with our partners and work with seniors across the province. I'm very proud of this investment. And honourable member, I would tell the honourable member and all members of the Association, I said to seniors, if we made a mistake, we'll correct it. And that's exactly what we did when it came to the pharmacare program.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the question was, what new benefits are seniors getting from the $7.9 million? We got the answer, Mr. Speaker. There's none. The mistake the Premier made was misleading seniors in the first place about the pharmacare changes he was going to make 2 years ago. Now they're making the same mistake again. They're trying to tell seniors there's $7.9 million in enhancements to pharmacare. In fact, there are none, Mr. Speaker. That is just the normal increased usage from an aging population. There is no extra benefit. Today, in this budget, the Premier is misleading our seniors again, Mr. Speaker. So why is the Premier telling seniors today they're getting something new when, in fact, nothing has changed?
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the honourable for the question again. I want to tell him, Mr. Speaker, there will be fewer Nova Scotians paying that premium. There will be more things added to the formulary. The honourable member should know that from his time in government. The challenge is, Mr. Speaker, he was presented with a real plan to move this province forward, and he's now looking desperately to find some way to fearmonger across the province and continue his journey of negativity from one end of this province to the other.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I do keep looking for a real plan. 4 years I've been waiting for a real plan from this Premier, and I'm still waiting today, Mr. Speaker. This, on the eve of an election, was their chance to show us a real plan, and you know what we got? We got damage control to try and cover up all the mistakes that they made in the last 4 years, Mr. Speaker. That is not a plan. And I'll give you an example, Mr. Speaker. Here we have a budget today where the amount set aside for the film industry is about $23 million, almost exactly the amount that they cut 2 years ago, Mr. Speaker. And we have a much smaller industry today, but we have a bigger fund, Mr. Speaker. How is that a plan where the government spends the same amount, but the industry's half of what it used to be, Mr. Speaker? So I'd like to ask the Premier, how can he justify having a smaller film industry and now spending just as much money as ever before?
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the honourable member for the question. Mr. Speaker, if he'd been paying attention at all, Mr. Speaker, he would have realized in the plan that was presented to him today, there are more seniors who will not pay a premium, Mr. Speaker. If he had known,
please. The Honourable Premier has the floor.
Speaker, if he paid attention to what the document today, he would realize that 4-year-olds in the province will have pre-primary from one end of the province to the other. He would recognize there's a breakfast program in this thing, Mr. Speaker. I'm looking forward to his support to move this document forward. Mr. Speaker, when he talks about the film industry, Mr. Speaker, they talked about the negativity was going to be the doom and gloom of the industry, Mr. Speaker. We've seen one of the largest films in the history of our province in this. Mr. Speaker, we've seen an industry come and work with government, unlike the opposition who continues to spread fear across the province. They've come. There are people working in the industry, Mr. Speaker. We're looking forward to that. And again, I want to also tell the honourable member that not only is that a labour subsidy for the industry, the subsidy is broad-based across a number of sectors, Mr. Speaker, and it's open and transparent today.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
No. Mr. Speaker, we see what happens when groups come to work with the government. The film industry came to work with the government, they slashed them. They're half the size they were today. Doctors came to work with the government, and they provide 1/5 of the doctors that our own Doctors Nova Scotia says are needed, Mr. Speaker. Teachers come to work with the government to get legislated back to work, Mr. Speaker. That's what happens when you work with this government. You get slammed down. That's not a plan. Now today they want to paper that all over, Mr. Speaker. My question was about the film industry. The Premier's answer had nothing to do with the film industry. No wonder. It's one of the biggest blunders that cost real jobs, and now they're spending just as much money anyway, Mr. Speaker. So I will ask the Premier if he will at least do this. With this budget, putting the fund back up to the expense from before, will he at least admit that that was a mistake that cost too many Nova Scotians their job, and this budget confirms it?
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, again, I want to remind the honourable member he should get outside of his office periodically and engage Nova Scotians about what's actually happening, Mr. Speaker. We're seeing one of the largest films in the history of this province come in under this program. We're seeing activity all across the province when it comes to this. We're seeing the public money that was invested in this industry being spread across a number of sectors. We're seeing economic growth, Mr. Speaker. We're seeing more young people attached to this economy. And we're continuing, Mr. Speaker, being very proud of the fact that the filament sector, Screen Nova Scotia, came to work with us. We made adjustments to them. They're working with the program, creating good jobs, Mr. Speaker, across the province. At the same time, Mr. Speaker, we've been able to make investments through working hard with Nova Scotians, Mr. Speaker, to put us in a fiscal position where we can invest to create more jobs, to keep young people here, Mr. Speaker, where we can invest in classrooms across the province, Mr. Speaker, where we can ensure breakfast programs that are for young people, Mr. Speaker, when we can continue to grow the economy of Nova Scotia. Mr. Speaker, one thing for certain, Mr. Speaker, Nova Scotians are more optimistic today about their future than they were 4 years ago.
The Honourable. The Honourable Member for Halifax Needham.
Mr. Speaker, the Premier must know that Nova Scotia has the fastest rising tuition in the country. Post-secondary education is out of reach for many young people and getting further away every year. There is nothing in this budget to get those costs under control. Mr. Speaker, why is it not a priority of this government to address the rising cost of tuition?
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the honourable member for the question. I want to thank students, Nova Scotia students across the province who continue to come in and work with government, made positive suggestions about things that we could do to help them. Mr. Speaker, we accepted those. One of them is that we'll give tuition relief for anyone who finishes a degree in 5 years, Mr. Speaker. So that means, Mr. Speaker, for those students who have a Nova Scotia student loan required to further their education, if they complete their degree in 5 years, they will not have to pay any Nova Scotia student loan.
The honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Mr. Speaker, Nova Scotia students have the highest average levels of debt upon graduation in Canada. And in this budget, the government wants to pat itself on the back for allowing students to take on more debt. Mr. Speaker, telling students who already owe tens of thousands of dollars they can borrow more is cold comfort. Mr. Speaker, will the Premier explain to students and their families who need tuition relief how taking on more debt is an improvement?
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the honourable member for the question. Mr. Speaker, students in Nova Scotia work very hard to come in and work with us. I do want to read to the honourable member part of a release they put out today. Today, students are happy to see the Nova Scotia government investing in students through the 2017-18 budget. The budget announces a $3.4 million for expansion of student assistance programs, the introduction of innovation to opportunity programs. Quote, Mr. Speaker, we are thrilled to see the budget release, said Colette Roberts, Chair of Student Nova Scotia. Although we recognize there is more work to do, we acknowledge that the provincial government is committed to investing in students, and we look forward to continuing to work with them. Mr. Speaker,
the honourable member for Dartmouth East. The honourable member for Dartmouth East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And my question's for the Minister of Health. Joe Grigg is a Canadian Navy veteran and 45-year resident of Dartmouth. His family doctor retired and the replacement left without anybody to pick up the patients. Mr. Grigg was told to register for a doctor by the health department, but was told the shortage in Dartmouth is particularly acute. He is on insulin and has had to rely on the pharmacist to temporarily extend his prescription, and that puts his life at risk. Mr. Speaker, why is it okay that Mr. Grigg and thousands of others in Dartmouth and across Nova Scotia are without family doctors, and how long should people like him be expected to wait?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to say that recent conversations with Dr. Lynn Harrigan in terms of how recruitment is going for this particular year. And yes, we've had many people who for years had relied on walk-in clinics, and now that many of them are needing or have reports coming back from specialists. It has put a surge in the Dartmouth area as one of our reasons to recruit for this year. And Dartmouth is one of the areas that will have doctors added, and nurse practitioners has been announced that will be added to existing clinics, not waiting for new collaborative care practices to develop.
The honourable member for Dartmouth East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The minister may have noticed that yesterday the Premier said, quote, I completely disagree with the fact the healthcare system is in crisis, and then he went on to say, healthcare is not a crisis in this province. Now, we have tens of thousands of Nova Scotians without a family doctor. ERs are in crisis, with the Canadian Association of Emergency Physicians saying, quote, that there is a, quote, distinct level of human suffering associated with crowded emergency departments and crowded hospitals, unquote. Does the minister agree with the Premier that there is no crisis in the province's healthcare system?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We know that the member opposite is quoting from a national report. We know that in terms of even for family doctors, we're much better off than the Canadian average of 85%. We have 91% of Nova Scotians who have a family doctor, primary care provider, and we've already taken measures in our ERs, at the VG, the Halifax Infirmary, at Dartmouth General, to look after surge capacity.
The honourable member for Inverness.
If it is one thing that this government will be remembered for, it's for neglecting local rural roads. If you look at the budgets back in 2009 and 10, Mr. Speaker, this government has removed the equivalent of about $6 million adjusted for inflation each year from the rural road maintenance budget. Now, on the eve of an election, they're trying to pretend to Nova Scotians that they're doing them a favour by giving them half of that back here in the budget today. So, Mr. Speaker, we're catching this, and we're telling Nova Scotians this. Will the Premier admit that the decision for this new gravel road and to issue it as part of this budget is admitting that neglecting rural roads over the term of this government was a mistake?
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, we continue to invest in rural roads all across the province. Mr. Speaker, for the last 4 years, we continue to make investments from one end of this province to the other. We were fortunate to be able to come in to get rid of the full plan that the former NDP government had when they bought a paving plant to compete against the private sector. We've seen now very positive signs, very competitive rates. We're seeing lots of activity, and very proud of the fact the minister brought forward a $10 million plan around gravel roads. Mr. Speaker, running the capital plan. It's the first time, Mr. Speaker, in the history of our province that has taken place. It's shown great leadership in his part. In fact, he's gone around and listened to communities. And we're going to continue, Mr. Speaker, to work with those hardworking Nova Scotians to continue to improve the infrastructure in their communities.
The honourable member for Inverness.
You know, Mr. Speaker, I think about the hard-working Nova Scotians that work in the Department of Transportation Infrastructure Renewal. Those are the people that are living with the stress, hearing the complaints day in and day out about the state of the roads. They're the ones who have had to deal with this budget cut over the last number of years, and now the government's trying to tell people that they've got it all fixed and hand half the money back. Well, Mr. Speaker, we see through it. In 2014, I introduced a resolution. The government members here voted against it. They voted it down. That resolution called for the restoration of that RIM budget. So, Mr. Speaker, this is putting stress on the people. I had somebody tell me the other day, the roads are so bad, why not take the trails? So, Mr. Speaker, why is the government treating roads and the people who live on them this way, pretending they're doing them a favor before an election, when really we know the past number of years people have been let down by this government?
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the honourable member for the question. I want to reassure him when I travel across this province, Nova Scotians do not feel let down by this government, Mr. Speaker. They feel fully supported, Mr. Speaker. They think finally, Mr. Speaker, a government that has continued to make investments in communities across this province. We're looking forward to continuing to make those investments. This, Mr. Speaker, this budget is a reflection of the hard work that Nova Scotians have been able to do over the last number of years. Mr. Speaker, this budget is a document that's optimistic about the future of our province, and as long as they continue to be negative about the future of this province, Mr. Speaker, Nova Scotians will continue to respond to them the way they're responding to them now.
The honourable member for Sydney River, Myra, Lewisburg.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, my question through you is for the Minister of Health. Mr. Speaker, the month of April is Amputee Month, and it is not unusual for an above-the-knee amputee, AK as they call it, to make 15 to 25 trips to Halifax a year and stay for 4 days or more in a hotel in order to tweak the knee each trip. And Mr. Speaker, the higher the amputation, the more complications and tweaking are involved. Mr. Speaker, my question for the Minister is quite simple. Would the Minister please reinstate and reopen the satellite amputee clinic, which was located in the Northside Hospital, so that Cape Bretoners and others do not have to travel so far to get their service?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member opposite for a very, very important question he's brought here to the House today. I know one of the things that I certainly am very proud as a member of this government to have raised the BTO, first of all, the Board Transportation and Ostomy Program, which hadn't been improved upon in about a 20-year period, and we've just about doubled the amount given out, but also the threshold is so dramatically improved. This is an important service to Nova Scotians, and I will take that certainly under consideration. I met with Bob Locke recently, who does a phenomenal job in the QE2 rehab, and people like that, I think, can give us great insight on what we should be doing in other parts of the province.
The honourable member for Sydney River, Myra, Lewisburg.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I agree with the Minister. There is no question that this is a very important issue. As a matter of fact, I've had conversations and had the opportunity to use the facilities that are available to us here in Halifax. But the issue for a lot of people is not coming here for rehab, not having your leg built, but it's actually about the tweaking that has to go into it. And sometimes you have a 4-hour drive for a 10-minute appointment to get something tweaked, and then you have to go back, and it takes time. 60% of the people that travel to this clinic are from Cape Breton Island. And they need the service. We have the facility in place. Mr. Speaker, this is a very important question, that we have the facility in place. It was there before in Cape Breton. I've talked to the director, I've talked to the minister and some of his staff members about this before. There is a need. There's a financial burden on people if we don't open that clinic, so I am going to implore upon him, his Premier, and his Cabinet to please open that clinic for the people of Cape Breton Island that need to get their prosthetics tweaked.
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member opposite, who I know many occasions bring very important and sensitive topics to the floor. And what I will tell the member opposite today is that I will assign this to my Deputy Minister to do an immediate look and review of that particular program, and I can see and have a great deal of hope that something can be accomplished.
The Honourable Member for Truro, Bible Hill, Millbrook, Salmon River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Premier wants Nova Scotians to believe this is a good news budget. Well, I'm sorry to burst his bubble, but I'd have to say a huge number of citizens are not exactly jumping for joy right now. As NDP critic of both education and film and television, I'd be remiss if I did not use this opportunity to ask the Premier if, when he goes to the doors, to knock on doors this next election cycle, can he honestly look into the faces of Nova Scotian filmmakers and tell them how much he has improved the creative economy and specifically the film industry? And can he actually tell teachers he's proud to have balanced this budget on their backs through a legislated contract?
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, again, I want to thank the Honourable Member for the question. Governing is about making choices, Mr. Speaker. We came into government following an NDP government that destroyed the finances of this province. We had to make some difficult choices. They made a choice when they were in power to provide a 7.5% pay raise across the entire public sector and cut $65 million out of classrooms, Mr. Speaker. We took a different approach. We took a different approach, Mr. Speaker. We took a different approach, Mr. Speaker. We took a balanced approach. We went in and we provided what is a reasonable increase of salary across the entire public sector, at the same time making investments in classrooms, investing in home care, Mr. Speaker, making sure we're going to invest in a breakfast program, investing, Mr. Speaker, to continue to make sure that the important services Nova Scotians want are there, at the same time making investments in innovation and creativity to provide economic opportunity and job opportunities in this province.
The Honourable Member for Truro, Bible Hill, Millbrook, Salmon River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I love to hear how the Premier changes the course of history afterwards, because we actually got a AAA credit score for the first time in the history of this province. That was an NDP government that did that, and we balanced the budget. So, Mr. Speaker, budgets are not budgets, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, budgets are about choices. Budgets are about priorities. If this government really wanted to improve classroom conditions, we would have seen it in this budget. So, Mr. Speaker, my question is, for the Premier, why did he choose not to invest in classrooms by capping class sizes, as teachers have been asking?
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, while the NDP has been huddled up with the Nova Scotia Teachers Union, Mr. Speaker, we've actually been talking to classroom teachers, Mr. Speaker. We provided them with funding, Mr. Speaker, to make changes in classrooms. We are looking for a report that will come out tomorrow with the recommendations that will come forward. We made it very clear. We'll accept those recommendations. We're very encouraged by the fact that those teachers are so positive and optimistic about the future of this province because they see an investment in classrooms. They also see, Mr. Speaker, that their students have a future in this province. They see job opportunities being created. They see economic opportunities being created. They're very lucky, and I'm sure they're going to welcome the breakfast program, Mr. Speaker, when it comes in. And I'm looking forward to continuing to work, Mr. Speaker, with Nova Scotia to go forward. And she is absolutely right, Mr. Speaker. Governing is about choices, Mr. Speaker, and so are elections. And Nova Scotians are going to get a chance to make a choice.
The Honourable House Leader for the Official Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
My question through you is to the Minister of Health. Over the last number of months, there have been a number of announcements that have happened, especially when it rolls around to the Kentville dialysis unit, the new dialysis unit for Digby, renovated dialysis unit, an expansionist dialysis unit for Bridgewater. So there's been a change in the way government is treating the Nova Scotia dialysis program and moving some of those services around. So he knows that over the last number of years I've been asking for the community of Barrington Passage. Barrington have been looking for the possible of a satellite dialysis unit, and I was wondering if that might be in the plans somewhere hidden in this budget document.
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. What I can tell the member opposite is that, yes, we've made a considerable, we made a considerable, my friend who occupied this role jumps on every word, you know. But in fact, we looked very seriously at some of the deficits that we have in the provincial program. The goal is to have somebody who has that burden of 3 times a week to at least be within travel distance of about an hour. And as a result of our investments, the Halifax Infirmary, Dartmouth, Kentville, Digby, another satellite site is now 4 centres closer to that goal.
The Honourable House Leader for the official opposition.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. So I think what the Minister is telling me is that I need to find a way to move Yarmouth closer to one of those centres. I don't think I can do that. So what I'm asking the Minister again is that within his deliberations within his department, because it fits under that 1 hour of travel on good days, if you're living on the Hawk, you're living in Clark's Harbour, you're over an hour to get to Yarmouth. And those are on good days. When it's bad days, it makes it worse. And you can only imagine the human toll that happens when these individuals have to travel for X amounts of time. So, Mr. Speaker, once again, I will ask the Minister. He had the right answer there, but he did fluff it a bit. But could we make sure that the consideration for a dialysis unit at a 1 hour point in the Barrington area would be considered in the future?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I thank the member opposite for the question. And I've been in Barrington and in those communities that he's referencing here and met with some of the passionate residents who want to see an improvement in dialysis. And I know, first of all, we had to look at places like Long Island, Briar Island, and realize that they had perhaps, without question, the longest travel of anywhere in the province. And in this fall, that project will be underway. And also, the member opposite is making a great point. It's another one of those geographies that poses a challenge, and we'll certainly be having the department to continue to work on resolving that issue.
The Honourable Member for Pictou East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is for the Minister of Community Services. I have a question about the plans for the Riverview home. We have a number of people that make their home there, and for many of them, the staff there is a family for them. And the staff are pretty concerned about what the future is for the Riverview home. They read the headlines about the move to smaller community homes, and I wonder if the Minister can just update the House on what are the plans specifically for Riverview home, and will there be smaller option homes built on that property, or maybe the Minister can just enlighten us a bit. Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Community Services.
Thank you, and I thank the member opposite for the question. As he knows, when we came into government, we committed to the roadmap, the transformation for persons with disabilities, of moving out of larger residential facilities and having folks move into the communities of their choice. It was all about choice. It was all about better outcomes. We've worked very hard, the department staff and folks from Riverview and Sunset and King's Rehabilitation, to work out a plan of how that decade-long change is going to look. So they are coming with us in every step of the way. There will be capacity that will be built. I'm so pleased to announce that there will be at least 4 new small options built from this budget in communities all around Nova Scotia. And it really is a process that will bring choice to persons who are in those larger institutions.
The honourable member for Pictou East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the minister. It sounds like it's a decade-long process. We're somewhere in that stage for Riverview, but Riverview is about 90-bed facility, 90-room facility. They make their money when people are in those beds. That's how they get paid, and their budgets are always tight. But people are concerned that they're seeing it's taking a little longer to fill the beds when they become vacant. There's been some policy changes around when somebody moves in. They have to have a plan within 6 months, I think, to move them out within 3 years. The long and short of it, there's lots of policy things that are happening. At the moment, I think there's 3 or 4 beds vacant at that home. That's 3 or 4% of their budget that they're not getting. So it's tight time for the budgets, and the staff are concerned, and maybe the minister can just comment to bring some concern, bring some relief in the ease of distress to the people that are working there as to what the plan is. Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Community Services.
Thank you, and the member is quite correct. There has been policy changes. We committed last June that there would be no more long-term placements in larger residential facilities, in keeping with the spirit of the roadmap, because we are moving into community-based options for living. We are also working very closely with the Department of Health, because at the end of the day, we have a lot of infrastructure that will be left in these communities that could perhaps be repurposed into other areas, perhaps into longer-term care for communities. So there's all kinds of options that are open. But please rest assured that we are working with people who are living and working in these long-term facilities, because we're all moving along with this together.
The Honourable House Leader for the New Democratic Party.
Mr. Speaker, this Liberal government was elected on a promise of a doctor for every Nova Scotian. They had 3.5 years to do this work, Mr. Speaker, and what do we have to show for it? Approximately 100,000 Nova Scotians without a family doctor, and a medical student tuition relief program for 25 students that has never been fully utilized, Mr. Speaker. So I'll give another chance for the Premier to stand up and admit that he had failed to deliver on his election promise in 2013.
The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the honourable member for the question. He knows there have been a number of programs that are available to recruit physicians across the province. As you would know also, when he was Minister of Health prior to the last election, that there was no human resource plan around physician recruitment or the physicians that we currently had in terms of retaining. When we tore down the walls in the healthcare system, we began to realize that there were 9 different programs out there, how they were happening. We came, Mr. Speaker, now have one plan for the entire province. The budget today was announcing that we would be additional 20 residency seats on top of the residencies that we currently have, which will add 50 physicians that will be made available. It will also build on top of the other recruitment activity that has taken place across the province. He also knows, I know he's a big proponent of this, that we provide other healthcare providers access to primary health care, so that we provide a team around nurse practitioners, family practice nurse, paramedics, who the honourable member was a member of that profession, and they were doing work now. They do some work actually in the emergency room in the community health centre that I live near. So continuing to make sure that we deal with the solutions that are creative and unique to each individual community, so that all healthcare providers have access to providing us primary care.
The Honourable House Leader for the New Democratic Party.
I'm well aware of the rural residency program, Mr. Speaker, because it was our government that brought it in, and it's been fully utilized since it started. Unlike the government's program of 25 medical student tuition program that has not materialized, Mr. Speaker. We know that the Premier is going to expect Nova Scotians to believe him with his promises this time around. In the public accounts, we heard from Doctors Nova Scotia that Nova Scotia needs 100 doctors a year for the next 10 years. This budget provided for 20 family doctors. 3 years late, Mr. Speaker, and a few hundred short. So I'd like to ask the Premier, when will he commit to ensuring that Nova Scotians in this province has access to care, and really make sure he follows through on it, Mr. Speaker?
The Honourable Premier.
You had me there, Minister. Mr. Speaker, it's not uncommon for the leader of the Conservative Party to, Mr. Speaker, use numbers inappropriately, but I'm surprised that the honourable member, who was the former Minister of Health, would do by quoting Doctors Nova Scotia inappropriately. What they have said, Mr. Speaker, we require 50 family practice physicians as well as about 50 specialists in the province. If he goes back and looks at the number of resident seats we have now, this is building on another 20 to give us over and above the 50, the number. Mr. Speaker, it's okay. Mr. Speaker, I'll be back tomorrow and we can finish this question.
Thank you very much. Time allotted for oral questions put by members to ministers has expired. We'll now move on to government business. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, do you please call public bills and orders for third reading?
We'll now call public bills.
Diana, you're ready?
For third reading. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Speaker, would you please call Bill number 59, the Accessibility Act?
We'll now call Bill number 59, the Accessibility Act. The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and it seems like a sudden changing of gears, doesn't it? So we're here today. Let me just begin with the proper sentence. It's, Mr. Speaker, I move that Bill number 59, an act respecting accessibility in Nova Scotia, be now read a third time and do pass. Is that well done? Good. Thank you. So with that, Mr. Speaker, that really sets out our goal today. We had the Committee of the Whole on Tuesday, an opportunity for us to review the many amendments that had come through from the consultation with community advocates, with the Disabled Persons Commission, with our staff, and so many others who brought us to this very historic day, so that we are here today to be looking at the bill in its amended form. And, Mr. Speaker, as I said in our Committee of the Whole, it is a very historic point to be here today, to be looking at this act and to be celebrating the many changes that were worked out because of good work together. Mr. Speaker, there are many people I'd like to acknowledge, if I could, by name as we get going. I know a few are with us in the gallery. I know many are watching at home. But this has been a long process, and we heard that from the Minister of Community Services when she got to say a few words a few days ago about this act. But this was a commitment from 2013. I know that for many people who've worked in the community that don't think just in electoral cycles, this has been the culmination of work for really many years, maybe decades. And I think, Mr. Speaker, in your own life before politics, you worked on this for many years yourself, with others, with people in the community. And so many people have had a hand in bringing us to the point where our province is finally adopting a framework and a way forward to make our province more accessible. And, Mr. Speaker, there are so many standards and so many changes that are needed that we do need to set out this framework that will allow us to get to work on the heavy lifting of individual standards that are going to improve the work life and the livability of our cities for people with disabilities, of our towns and cities and province. And so among the people I'd like to recognize first and foremost is the Minister of Community Services, because she and her staff began this work on behalf of our government to see this bill brought forward most recently. And they began that work 3.5 years ago. And they worked closely with the Disabled Persons Commission, and we owe a vote of, really a word of thanks to Brian Tapper and the other members of the Commission, and that would be very nice to acknowledge that they have done such great work. Brian is with us today with other members of the Commission in the gallery. And they've worked diligently to see this happen, and that this has been very important to them as well, to be advocates and spokesmen for the need for change, to challenge government and to encourage us. And they have done a significant piece of work in setting government in the right direction to see this historic legislation today. The Commission played an integral part in developing the Minister's Advisory Panel, which, as you know, we needed to consult widely. We believe that you have to go out and listen and talk and learn from the people who know best. And you can't just sit in an ivory tower and come up with the answers that we think might be best. And so there was a Minister's Advisory Panel formed and led in large part with the leadership of the Disabled Persons Commission to take us around around the province and ensure that we were able to do the good work that was necessary and learn, and it provided the basis for the work before us today. The Minister's Advisory Panel was co-chaired by Joe Rutherham and by Anne McRae. And again, they provided excellent advice, which you can see in today's bill before us. And I think that really, relates back to the credibility of the process, that you can actually see the recommendations that came back through the Minister's Advisory Panel. But as we know, there was a lot of work done after the bill was introduced as well. And several things happened, of course. We know that the bill changed from the Department of Community Services to the Department of Justice, which was an acknowledgement of the nature of this bill, which relates more to human rights and to the rights of people to have these accessibility standards addressed and have a livable environment and an environment that can be accessible in all ways. And that is a tall order. It may be an ambitious project, but we're underway today, and we're proud of it. From my own department, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank Catherine Berliner, who came in to help lead this and has developed such a great relationship. She and Adriana Maloney, our legal advisor, have really worked so hard to develop a rapport, an understanding, and to listen to the concerns and great suggestions that came from the community, first at law amendments in November, and then through a process that I think we should all take great admiration, and we should be giving kudos to the Bill 59 Alliance, because they did something that's seldom seen in our province. And one of the other ministers that I spoke to on our side said, what a terrific process. And we haven't seen that. You don't always see that happen, because what you need is leadership in the community that brings together different voices, different interests and concerns, but overall a concern to see this bill be the best it could be and to be passed. And I think if any of the Bill 59 Alliance were asked, they've asked us to get going and pass this bill, because it is the start of the work getting underway. Without it, we can't start to work on those standards. So it's giving us the framework to do that work. And so we really owe them a great debt for coming together and working out some of their differences, because there are 35 organizations there and a lot of different viewpoints, and it isn't always easy to hammer out that cohesiveness. They did that, and they allowed government and our staff, Catherine Berliner and Adriana Maloney, to meet regularly with them, to hear their ideas, and to work out wherever possible where we could come together and reflect their concerns in this bill. And as I think was mentioned the other day, we were told by Jerry Post at Law Amendments on behalf of the group that we got about a B+, I think a B+ for this act. And I think that's good, because politics is the art of compromise. It's the art of creating something where there's a lot of division. And with that, I think we did a really good job to bring it up from what was seen as being inadequate to a bill that covered it all. And I didn't actually, it wasn't so much that I felt there was anything missing before. I think the intent was always to do what we're setting out to do now, to create that framework, to allow the work to get underway, to be ambitious and set timelines. What was missing was we didn't spell them out. And I've been in opposition myself. I see opposition members are watching and listening, and that's great. I know you sometimes want to see it spelled out too. And I always felt some concern when things were left very much, sort of up in the air, and it was just said, we'll get to that, don't worry, it's going to be in the regulations, or you'll see it soon. I appreciate that, and I think for members of the public, they too want to see things clearly spelled out so that there is no question that not only our government and it'll be future governments for as long as this bill is in place, we will all be held to the same high standard, and the dates are laid out, and we know that we're going to get there. I was speaking, Mr. Speaker, about the Bill 59 Alliance, and I'd like to just mention a few of them who have been so helpful all along. Jerry Post has been a spokesman for them. Clarendon Robichaud is known to many of us from LEO, the League of Equal Opportunities. Barb Legay, Will Brewer, Linda Campbell, Amy Parsons, Barry Abbott, and Steve Esty. And there were others. They were not alone. 5 members were chosen to meet regularly with our staff, the 2 members that I mentioned that were drafting the bill, and they would meet weekly, and I think they met 4 times since we had law amendments, which was in March, so that was pretty much weekly getting together. And then the larger group would meet so that they hear where we were at, what changes we'd made. So you can understand, it was a pretty exhaustive process, and yet everybody was happy to be part of it. We were supportive of our staff, and everybody was finding it to be a very positive process. We learned a lot, Mr. Speaker, and that is exactly what this is about. And the Bill 59 Alliance were able to share everything along the way, and often it's communications. It's so important. They kept the broader group of 35 and others very much in the loop so that there was no misunderstanding about where we were at, what changes were being accepted, what changes we had maybe some concerns with or we felt weren't necessary. We spoke about a few things the other day where there was a concern about duplication, that we don't want to create new, I guess, obligations or bureaucracies within government if we feel things are already covered. So, Mr. Speaker, that really gives an idea of the process, which I think has been something that all of us in government should be very proud of, to see the community and giving credit to the community to come together and work with government so that they can get their concerns addressed through legislation. And I would like as well to again thank members of the opposition. I believe that along the way you've also received some briefings or kept abreast of what came up at law amendments and certainly in the more recent bill briefing that you received. So what we've all learned, and I think every member of the House has learned as well, is a greater appreciation for the difficulties and I guess all of the obstacles that are in not only our built environment, but in other ways. At law amendments, we heard from so many people. We heard about different kinds of disabilities. We heard about the kinds of daily challenges that people experience. And I think I could speak for all of us in saying it was a great lesson to us about having a greater understanding, and really that brings us to why the understanding is that we need to take action today, and we need to work together to do the best we possibly can. Again, I think it'd be worthwhile too mentioning the great strides that were made at law amendments, and that is something we've never seen before at the Law Amendments Committee, and that was the help that we received to make our committee more accessible and the legislature more accessible to people with disabilities. And in anticipation, as those of you will remember, when we brought the bill in November, we did not do anything different. We, as we normally do, moved straight from second reading here to the law amendment stage. And we didn't make even a realization that people who might depend on Accessibus and need 2 weeks to make an appointment and be able to attend, that just hadn't been considered. And we've worked with our clerks and Legislative Council and others here at Province House to make sure that that was addressed. And so the next time we scheduled law amendments, we allowed over 2 weeks so that there was time. We arranged for American Sign Language to be available. And I also, before I even go into everything, I must say we took some direction from the book that was put together by the Disabled Persons Commission to help us in what was needed. How could we make the legislature better? And so that was a very great resource, which I know we'll continue to rely on and try and open up more of our meetings, our committee meetings and so on, to be accessible in the fullest way. But I mentioned we had American Sign Language. We also had transcription, so it was everything that was being said was being transcribed and put on the screen. We allowed for people to go to other sites in the province if they chose, so that they could speak to the committee via video conferencing. And we also have done live streaming of the meetings so that people could follow along that way. So I think we've set a new standard. I know that it will be difficult in every case, but I think that we've set a standard that should be our goal, that we continue to open this legislature and be aware of all of these issues. And we do really need to thank our staff here for understanding and learning with us, because this has broken new ground and is something that we can all be proud of. During the time, I mentioned a lot about the Bill 59 Alliance and our meetings. I personally met with the Disabled Persons Commission in just a couple of weeks ago when they had their meeting here in Halifax. Had the opportunity to thank them and to work with them and to assure them that we've learned and we will continue to learn from their work, and that I'm sure they will be helping to guide us as we put in place the new structure that is outlined in this bill. And the new structure is the development of an accessibility directorate, and that would be staff that would be doing a lot of this work, as well as an accessibility advisory board. And the board will be people that are appointed to help advise the minister and work on this as well. So there's a bit of a parallel. It's a new organization, but it will, I think, benefit by the work of the Disabled Persons Commission in the past and the advice that we receive going forward. But at the same time, in addition to these many advocates and advisors that I've been pleased to have the benefit of listening to, we also have reached out, and our staff have reached out to the business community, because you'll remember in the beginning there was some concern about the balance that we would create in this act, because as much as we want it to be the best that it can possibly be, and it will be, we need to be cognizant of other players that are going to have to help us enact these changes. Government is one of them. We have many, many buildings, and we're responsible for the delivery of services. We have websites that could be more accessible. We have means of interacting with government that could be improved, not only in the built environment, but through communications. So government has to be very aware and willing to change, and so does the business community. And so we need to all be partners as we come to the table. And in the interim time between law amendments and now, we've also reached out. We've spoken to the Retail Council of Canada, to the Restaurants Association, Canadian Federation of Independent Business, and our internal Office of Regulatory Affairs, just again to make sure that communications is good all the way around and there are no surprises. And I think that's the most important thing, is that people are aware and kept in the loop and understand their role, because that's what it is about, is all of us playing a role. So, Mr. Speaker, I wanted to just go very quickly through some of the highlights of the changes, because I know there are a couple of speakers and we will hear from members of the opposition on this bill. There were a few things I wanted to highlight. One of them, as I said earlier, was that really we have to remember that the bill is about creating a framework. It's for developing and implementing standards to prevent and remove barriers that are preventing people in a range of ways from getting the services they need and living their life fully, from having opportunities to work and shop and enjoy life in our province. So with that in mind, we are looking at the Act and standards that will be needed to change. But this is creating the framework and the governance to do that. But we've made some pretty significant changes, as I said, in trying to fill in the gaps and be explicit rather than implicit in the wording that we used. So, Mr. Speaker, one of the things that we've done right off the bat, and I'm pleased about, is that we have set out the timeline. And we have said in this Act that and this has been added, the goal of achieving an accessible Nova Scotia by 2030. And that is only, believe it or not, just 13 years away. So we're not far away for that. Ontario allowed themselves 20 years when they introduced their bill. I think Manitoba set 10 as a goal. So we think 13 is still ambitious, and it's going to keep us busy. But we're very pleased to have been able to articulate that as our goal of achieving an accessible Nova Scotia. In order to assure people that we will get going on this, and we'll be setting out the work plan, really, we will have, and the Minister of the day will be sure to make public a work plan, which is really a strategy for implementation in the first year. So that's very important that we lay that out. Within 1 year, it'll be made public, and that means that work has to begin right away, so that we know that. And once we know what the work plan is, that's really good, because it's taken up to 2 years per standard in Ontario. and they have 10 years now of experience with this. We want to make sure that we use every month, every week of time to move forward and not delay, so that we can perhaps do better than every 2 years for standards. So we'll lay out the work plan, and we'll have people in place to do the consultation and work required. Again, on some of the changes, we improve language to make it stronger. For example, we're using achieve rather than improved accessibility, because we don't want to we want to achieve the goals, not just approach them. So that means we've used that stronger word, achieve, rather than an aspirational improve. Some of the standards, we've added more flexibility. We actually named 6 of the standards that we want to go and work on. Manitoba and Ontario had 5. We added education already to make it 6. And there's a 7th one in the list, if you're looking at the Act, that says other prescribed activities, which means there's still room for the Accessibility Directorate or the Minister or the board that's advising us to add more in the future. We also, as I said earlier, moved all of the Act to the Department of Justice, which we think is a good move to recognize the link to human rights. And we are also changing the makeup of the Accessibility Board. This was an important one. If members remember at law amendments, there was a concern that there should be a majority of people on the board that have disabilities, because it is an accessibility board, that their voice not be lost if they didn't have that majority. And we've made that change. The bill now says a majority of the members will be persons with disabilities, and I think that again, it's a good compromise to say that they are right. I think that we need to have that voice be the predominant voice that we hear. And I trust that people are always going to use their roles very responsibly, but we need to make sure that we never lose sight of what this bill is about. We've added a lot more transparency. There will be a lot of documents and reports made available on a regular basis. And I think another important change, maybe the last one I'll highlight, is the added part on compliance and enforcement, because it was felt that there wasn't a system that was articulated in the bill about how we would be seeking compliance and where people could go if they had complaints. So we've added that in as well. Mr. Speaker, we all should be aware that 1 in 5 Nova Scotians has some form of disability. That is the highest rate in Canada. And knowing that means we want to be leaders, and we should be leaders in responding. We know as well that by 2030, which is our deadline for achieving our goal, we will then have 1 in 4 Nova Scotians over the age of 65 at that time. So that also means that there's more people that need to be recognized, and we know that as we get older, we have mobility and other issues that become important. Okay, I'll hurry up. I'm getting a little signal. I'll hurry it up. I'm almost finished, Mr. Speaker. There's one thing I'd like to mention, because the budget has been read today. There were 2 budget items today relating to accessibility, and I think this is the time to mention it. And Mr. Speaker, today's budget, we saw a commitment of $1.8 million to increase accessibility grants for community buildings, and we've added a new program with grants for small businesses to make them more accessible. I think that's very important. And Mr. Speaker, we also increased the budget for the Accessibility Directorate to $896,000, an increase of $424,000. So that's close to double the amount that was there before. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm looking forward today to hearing from the opposition members speak on this. I think that you will agree with me that the Bill 59 Alliance have reached out so strongly to all of us. They've asked us to recognize this as a widespread need for all of our constituents. It's not about None of this act is about partisan politics. It will serve the people throughout our province in every community. And I hope that you will agree with me that this is the right way to go and we should get the work underway. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Inverness.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity to speak on third reading here in the Act respecting accessibility in Nova Scotia. Mr. Speaker, when this bill first came forward here in the legislature, we spoke up because the community that this legislation supports asked us to speak up. The bill was changed. Now the community has asked us to be silent. We will. Mr. Speaker. We support greater accessibility for all Nova Scotians, and we do hope that this bill will help. Thank you.
The Honourable House Leader for the New Democratic Party.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And in my capacity as our new justice critic, as I mentioned, I think in Committee of the Whole, after the retirement of my colleague Marion Mancini from Dartmouth South, who I might add, I know has put a lot of time and energy and her expertise in working with not only government, the ministers, the organizations that really have been able to get us to this point. So I want to thank her for that work. It's taken a lot of work, as I said, Mr. Speaker, to get to this point and this bill on the floor today. The commitment of the accessibility community to see this bill through to the very end is really an example for everyone who wants to make a difference here in our province and in Province House. I want to thank all the members of the accessibility community for their hard work and dedication to making Nova Scotia a more accessible place to live and work. I know the first version of this bill highlighted the differences of opinion between the government and the accessibility community about the purpose of this bill, Mr. Speaker. Clearly, the government was looking to provide enabling legislation that would leave many of the details to be ironed out at a later date. However, the community was looking for something more, something that, while being somewhat aspirational, also laid out a clear target of where we needed to be and a plan to get there, Mr. Speaker. Unfortunately, after conducting consultation, the government isolated itself from the accessibility community. The government drafted this piece of legislation on their own terms, and it showed in the resulting bill, Mr. Speaker. Luckily, the accessibility community were persistent in ensuring that the government, that their concerns about Bill 59 were heard. We are very fortunate to have the Law Amendments Committee and that process here in Nova Scotia, Mr. Speaker. Not all provinces have that opportunity for the community and their residents to have input on government policy and legislation. The community came to the law amendments and made it known that the original bill simply missed the mark. And to be fair, the government recognized that they have missed the mark and committed to improving the bill. I think including the accessibility community in the restructuring of the bill after the first attempt was one of the main reasons, and is one of the main reasons why this bill is here today. I know, Mr. Speaker, our caucus is truly happy about the improvement to the accessibility law and bill that will result from the passing of this bill. That being said, we know that this bill could be improved, and I know our caucus, along with the Conservatives, supported a number of amendments during the Committee of the Whole that were suggested by the Bill 59 Community Alliance, Mr. Speaker. I know one amendment would have committed the government to developing standards that cope with the critical need for better access to assistive technologies and accessibility services, such as interpreters, Mr. Speaker, in courts. We have seen throughout this process how valuable accessibility services are to helping people with disabilities to be fully engaged with the world around them. And as I said in Committee of the Whole, Mr. Speaker, and I say it again, I noticed today we are joined by some of those professional interpreters who are here providing care in our gallery, which is not something I've seen, Mr. Speaker, in the past. So it shows where we can go and where we should go into the future. This amendment would have also committed the government to preventing and removing barriers associated with housing options, Mr. Speaker. We all know how important it is to have choice about where we live. Choice can often be limited for those with disabilities, so I think working to break down barriers associated with housing options is a worthwhile goal. The second amendment, Mr. Speaker, would have allowed people other than those directly affected by the decision of the Director of Compliance to appeal that decision. The thought here is that a person with a disability may be overwhelmed by the appeal process by making this change, others would be able to help bring that appeal forward, Mr. Speaker. It can be a daunting task, and I have to say, even as an MLA, trying to guide people through appeal process is not a simple task. The government decided, though, to reject those amendments, and I respect that. I understand that there is a lot of give and take in regards to this bill, and I respect the decision of the government not to move on these amendments. That being said, I think these amendments would have strengthened the bill. Mr. Speaker, we know that there are other changes that could be made to improve the bill, and hopefully the Accessibility Advisory Board that will now be made up of the majority of the people with disabilities will find a way to overcome any shortcomings in this bill as we move forward. And furthermore, Mr. Speaker, that any future government may revisit this bill to see where improvements can be made, and I hope that can happen. Again, I want to thank the government for recognizing that they did miss the mark on the first attempt on this bill. Hopefully they've learned that drafting legislation in isolation is simply not the answer, Mr. Speaker. And finally, I want to thank and congratulate the accessibility community for their efforts in this process. Truly, Mr. Speaker, an example for all of us. 2013 is not that far off, as people may think, and there's a lot of work to be done to achieve an accessible Nova Scotia by that year. However, I know, Mr. Speaker, the accessibility community will be there every step of the way to help us as legislators in the province encourage and adapt to the new way that we really should be providing support for people with disabilities in our province. So again, thank you for those who have been involved. Our caucus supports Bill 59, and we'll continue to make sure that we hold not only this government or any future government to account to ensure that we can improve those situations that we can, Mr. Speaker, through legislation like Bill 59. Thank you.
Honourable Minister of Community Services.
Thank you, and I won't take much time because this is an historic day, and I've said it before, and I'll say it again. This is historic legislation. I thank both opposition parties for not being political or partisan on this, because it's simply the right thing to do. I said that the other day. One thing that I would like to reiterate, there's lots of advocates in the gallery today, and they've worked hard and they've waited a long time, and it's been a strong push. And we're here today, but I would be remiss, and I mentioned it the other day, Mr. Speaker, but you weren't in your chair. The work that you have led in bringing the political will into the province of Nova Scotia in making sure that this happens. And I know that you have been a strong advocate in a field of many strong advocates, and you really brought it to the political agenda. And there are many people in this province that owe you a debt of gratitude for that. So I'll just take my place. Thank you.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I will be brief as well, but I want to take the opportunity certainly to extend my thanks to primarily the the opposition House Leader for the Conservative Party and for the NDP, who are my primary contacts when it comes to trying to see the smooth operation of this legislature, which some may describe at times. It may not have been that smooth, but this bill really changed that, and I think it sent a message to Nova Scotians, and it really is the accessibility community that allowed us the opportunity to show to Nova Scotians that our democracy does work. Our legislative process does work. There are opportunities where we can set aside differences in order to be able to put together the best type of legislation to help the lives of Nova Scotians, and I think this was an example. And I look back at the fact that it was this bill that allowed us for the first time to have the type of accessible law amendments committee that took place at the Red Room just across from our chamber here. In my 19 years of being in office, this had never been seen, and it took the accessibility community to show us what it is that needs to be done in a modern legislature when dealing with this type of legislation. And obviously, Mr. Speaker, this is something that we'll have to have further discussions as to what changes do we make. And looking in the gallery behind me and seeing that there is sign interpretation that's taking place as we speak, again, for the first time in my 19 years that we've seen this take place. So Bill 59 has had a big impact on all of us, and seeing the smooth passage of this bill is something that I think everyone deserves credit for, all members of the House. Seeing how bills get drafted, the work that goes into them, I certainly want to extend my thanks as Government House Leader, and I know on behalf of our entire caucus, to staff both at Community Services and at Department of Justice who work so hard on these bills. Bill 59 certainly came with challenges, and they are the ones behind the scenes who are doing all the work to find the right language, to find the right changes, to be able to address the concerns that are being brought forward to us as the elected officials. And many times they are people we don't see here in the legislature, but they are behind in the departments, and they are the ones that are doing the work to have that legislation in front of us to be able to debate. And I know there's at least a few of them that are here in the gallery. I'm sure they're anxiously waiting for all of us to stop talking and to see the vote, just in case something else might happen. But I certainly want to recognize them for what they've done. Certainly the Bill 59 Alliance as well. They did a lot of work behind the scenes with all caucuses in trying to improve this legislation and to see its passage, and for us to be able to get this done so quickly during this session is certainly a testament of how serious we all took this matter, that it wasn't a political debate. Everyone had the right intentions of seeing the best possible legislation. My primary contact was Parker Dunham, who I know is a very passionate advocate and gives a lot of his time to support the accessibility community. And I certainly want to thank him for staying in touch, for strongly encouraging us to be able to make the changes and to get this bill passed and get it into law as quickly as possible, and that is what is going to happen. I want to take the opportunity on behalf of our entire caucus as well to recognize the Minister of Community Services, who came with such a passion of having this legislation brought forward to start off with. And it certainly took her leadership at the cabinet table to be able to have this bill come forward as strong as it is today. Her fingerprints are all over this bill, and I certainly want to recognize her for her passion on this issue. And to our Minister of Justice, who was tasked with taking over this piece of legislation and responsibility for it at a difficult time, and was able to take this with her staff and working with all interested parties to be able to make this the best bill possible. And again, this is certainly a great legacy piece for her in her extraordinary career that she's had here in the legislature, and I certainly want to recognize our Minister of Justice for everything she's done. And I would be remiss if I didn't add that the budget we were able to table today was because of many of the difficult decisions and the support and the guidance that the Minister of Justice provided to us in the first couple of years of our mandate. They weren't always easy decisions, but they were being done to get us to where we're at today fiscally, and I certainly want to commend her for all the work she did on behalf of our government to make this a reality. So again, Mr. Speaker, I want to extend my thanks to all members of the opposition, certainly the leaders of the official opposition leader of the NDP, who as well were part of making this a reality today, seeing this legislation passed. And again, it is proof for those who say that our legislature is not working or that our democracy is not as strong as it should be. Bill 59 is a great example of how we can work past our differences, we can see what the end goal is, and we can pass legislation as strong as what Bill 59 is. And I think it's something that for all of us, that we can all look at our political careers and be able to say, on this day, we did the right thing. Merci.
Motion is for third reading of Bill 59, the accessibility of all bills. I get this one wrong, eh? So. I'm anxious to get it there. If I'm to recognize the Honourable Minister of Justice, it will be to close debate on Bill 59, the Accessibility Act. The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I understand why you'd be anxious to get to this vote. I would just like to again thank everybody for their comments and speaking about this bill, to particularly acknowledge our opposition members who have followed the debate closely, been involved in the amendments, and I thank you for your support. This is very important to us. The process has made me proud, being part of the two ministers and the two departments and the many community members that have brought it to today has been a really gratifying and important part of my work, and I'm very pleased that it is something I could see through to this final vote today. I think it reflects the best in all of us. I think our House Leader, the Minister of Energy, has said that as well, that this is an example of how we can work together, and ultimately all of our jobs is to make Nova Scotia better for the people that we serve, and this is a perfect example of something we've done that will do just that. So I want to thank you for that, Mr. Speaker. I want to particularly acknowledge your work and how much you've inspired us to get at this work. Your commitment and your determination to see change is refreshing and helpful to all of us, and I thank you because today is a very important day. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I would move that we close debate on Bill 59. Thank you.
Motion is for third reading of Bill 59, the Accessibility Act. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried.
An act respecting accessibility in Nova Scotia.
Ordered that the bill do pass, and the title be as read by the clerk. Ordered that the bill be engrossed. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That concludes the government business for today. We will meet again tomorrow on Friday, April 28th, from the hours of 9 a.m. until 3 p.m. Following the daily routine and question period, I wish to advise the House that we will be recessing from 10 a.m., 11 a.m. until noon due to the day of mourning ceremonies that are taking place downstairs, so that all members can participate in the ceremony. And then we'll resume following that, and we will have the reply from the NDP to the budget. And that'll conclude our business on Friday. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I move the House to now rise to meet again at 9 a.m. until 3 p.m. on Friday, April 28th.
Motion is for the House to rise until tomorrow, April 28th at 9 a.m. till 3 p.m. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. Motion is carried. The House now stands adjourned until tomorrow, April 28th at 9 a.m.